Hello everyone, I am the Night Whispers. I know you use this video to fall asleep. So before that, like the video and subscribe to the channel. Now, get comfortable and relax. I will be adding rainy sleep aid music to the video. So sleep easy. The first time I noticed something wrong with the old lighthouse wasn't when the stairs creaked without weight or when shadows stretched against physics. It was the smell, like copper pennies and winter frost, that filled my nostrils whenever I entered the keeper's quarters. A scent that had no business in a sun-bleached tower overlooking the Atlantic. I had inherited this maritime sentinel from my grandmother, a woman I barely knew beyond cryptic birthday cards and the occasional overseas phone call. Her final message, scrawled in shaky handwriting: "The light must stay on. Remember what I taught you." But she taught me nothing, at least nothing I could consciously recall. My first week living there was deceivingly peaceful. I spent my days exploring the lighthouse and its grounds, my fingers tracing the worn stones, my eyes adjusting to the peculiar way sunlight filtered through the salt-stained windows. The locals in the nearby fishing village kept their distance. When I visited the only market in town, conversations would halt, and eyes would follow me until I left. "Your grandmother was a good keeper," the elderly shopkeeper finally told me, her weathered hands nervously arranging canned goods. She understood what was needed. The light never went out, not once in 40 years. She paused, glancing toward the cliffs where my lighthouse stood. "You do well to follow her example." I laughed it off then. The antiquated mechanism had been replaced decades ago with automated systems. The lighthouse was just a historic landmark now, a quaint relic. That night, I dreamed of drowning. Cold water filled my lungs as something vast and ancient dragged me deeper into an abyss that shouldn't exist, so close to shore. I woke gasping, my sheets drenched with sweat, my heart hammering against my ribs with such force I feared it might crack bone. The room felt wrong, stretched somehow, as though the corners had pulled away from each other. And there, by the doorway, stood a figure made of mist and seawater, its form barely holding shape. My throat tightened with panic, and I couldn't even scream as it drifted closer, bringing with it the overwhelming scent of that metallic cold. "Who are you?" I managed to whisper, my voice breaking on each syllable. My hands trembled violently as I reached for the bedside lamp, needing light, needing reality. The figure dissipated before I could touch the switch, leaving only wet footprints on the wooden floor. Footprints that led to the spiral staircase ascending to the beacon room. Sleep evaded me for the remainder of the night. I sat huddled against the headboard, eyes fixed on the doorway, ears straining to catch any sound from above. The distant crash of waves against the cliff base kept rhythm with my thundering pulse. By morning's light, I convinced myself it had been a particularly vivid dream, a manifestation of anxiety about my unexpected inheritance and sudden change of life. The footprints had dried, leaving no evidence of the nocturnal visitor. I found an old trunk in my grandmother's closet that afternoon. The lock broke easily under pressure, revealing stacks of journals spanning decades. Her handwriting, once elegant and precise in the earlier volumes, became increasingly frantic and disjointed in the later ones. "It knows I'm weakening," one entry read. "The barrier thins with each passing tide. What swims in that deep cannot be allowed to reach shore. The light is the only thing holding it back." My fingers trembled as I flipped through page after page of similar writings. Diagrams of celestial alignments, notations about lunar phases, rituals involving sea salt, and iron filings placed in specific patterns around the tower's base. A photograph slipped from between two pages. A group of village elders standing with my much younger grandmother. They surrounded what appeared to be a massive piece of driftwood. Except it wasn't wood at all. It resembled bone, enormous and curved like the rib of some impossibly large creature. My stomach clenched at the sight, acid rising in my throat. That evening, the power went out, not just in the lighthouse, but across the entire village below. I watched from the gallery as darkness swallowed the coastline. Without thinking, I climbed to the beacon room and found the ancient backup system my grandmother had maintained. Oil lamps arranged in a precise pattern, their glass polished to mirror shine. My hands moved with muscle memory I shouldn't possess, lighting each wick in sequence, while mumbling words in a language I'd never studied. The beacon blazed to life with unnatural brightness, casting a beam that seemed to cut through more than just darkness. The ocean responded immediately. What had been calm waters churned violently, waves crashing against the rocks with such force that spray reached windows hundreds of feet above sea level. I felt it then, a presence rising from the depths, ancient and furious, pushing against some invisible barrier that the light somehow maintained. My breath came in shallow gasps as pressure built in my ears. The tower itself seemed to groan, stones shifting slightly against their mortar. Below, something massive moved beneath the surface, its shadow visible even in the night-dark water. I understood then why my grandmother had never left, why she dedicated her life to this solitary post. This wasn't merely a lighthouse, it was a watchtower, a boundary marker between our world and something else. The journals explained everything. Centuries ago, the villagers had made a pact with what dwelled offshore, offering regular sacrifices in exchange for bountiful fishing, until my great-great-grandmother ended the practice by establishing the lighthouse, creating a barrier of light that kept the entity at bay. The bloodline obligation had passed down, generation to generation, until it reached me. Now I stand night after night in the beacon room, maintaining the light that holds back the tide of horrors. My hair has grayed prematurely. My sleep is fractured by visions of what waits beyond the barrier. Sometimes I hear it calling, a hollow, echoing voice promising release if I would only let the light go dark for a single night. The villagers bring supplies, but never stay long. They can't bear the proximity to what their ancestors awakened. They see the toll it's taking, my thinning frame, the perpetual shadows under my eyes, the slight tremor in my hands that worsens with each passing month. Yesterday, I received a letter from my cousin's daughter, asking about her inheritance rights to the charming coastal property. I've started writing my response, the same warning my grandmother should have given me. The light must stay on, the barrier must hold. But I wonder, as I feel my strength ebbing like the tide, if she'll understand what awaits her here, if she'll recognize the responsibility that comes with this crumbling tower, or if one day, perhaps during her watch or the generation after, the light will finally fail. And when it does, what rises from those depths will make our nightmares seem like merciful dreams. 3 months into my lighthouse vigil, and the distinction between dreams and waking hours has begun to blur. Last night, I found myself standing ankle-deep in seawater at the base of the tower, with no memory of descending the 147 spiral steps. The tide pulled at my feet, gentle but insistent, like fingers coaxing me toward the darkness beyond the surf. Just a little farther, something whispered, its voice like shells grinding against one another. We have waited so long to meet the last of your line. I jerked awake, truly awake this time. In my bed, sheets tangled around my legs, the distinct smell of brine clinging to my skin. My nightclothes were dry, but salt crusted the spaces between my toes. The isolation is getting to me, or perhaps it's the weight of the responsibility I never asked for. I've taken to recording these experiences, partly to maintain my sanity and partly to leave a record should something happen to me. The villagers would find another keeper, I suppose. But would they understand what's truly required? Would they know the specific sequence of lighting the auxiliary lamps when the power fails, or how to reinforce the salt lines during spring tides? I discovered a hidden compartment beneath the floorboards of the kitchen yesterday. Inside was a wooden box containing artifacts I can't begin to comprehend. A compass whose needle spins in impossible directions. A small cloth bag of what looked like human teeth worn smooth by decades in the sea. And a spherical stone that feels perpetually wet regardless of how long it's been out of water. Etched into its surface are symbols that hurt my eyes if I look at them too long. Most disturbing was a stack of letters addressed to my grandmother from someone named Eleanor Bishop, postmarked from a mental institution in Portland. The correspondence spans nearly 30 years, detailing Eleanor's descent into what doctors called paranoid delusions, but what I now recognize as encounters with the entity offshore. The final letter, dated just weeks before Eleanor's apparent suicide, contained a single line. I saw what waits beyond the barrier. Death is kinder. I found myself weeping for this woman I never knew, this stranger who understood what haunts these waters. Was she family too? Another branch of whatever cursed lineage binds me to this place? The journals offer no clear answer, only cryptic references to those who failed their watch and the price of turning away. The village elder, a severe woman named Margaret, who seems ancient beyond reckoning, visited today, bringing supplies and thinly veiled assessment of my dedication. She inspected the salt lines around the tower's base, nodded at the auxiliary lamps I've kept polished, and finally fixed me with eyes like weathered stone. "Your grandmother's strength is in you," she said, not as a compliment, but as a statement of fact. But strength isn't enough. You need conviction. What exactly am I keeping at bay? I asked, the question that's haunted me since I first understood my inheritance. Margaret's expression hardened. The old ones called it thalassic hunger. Those with education prefer deep-dwelling entity or some other sanitized term. Names don't matter. Only containment does. She pressed a small iron key into my palm, closing my fingers around it with surprising strength. The church records, when you're ready to understand the full history. After she left, I stood at the gallery railing, watching clouds gather on the horizon. A storm approaches, the first major one since I took up residence. The locals have battened down their homes and pulled their boats far inland. Some have left the village entirely, driving to relatives in more inland communities. They know what the storm brings. Tonight, I'll face whatever rises with the tempest. The light will not fail on my watch, even as the boundary between worlds grows thin with the churning sea. Rain lashes against the lighthouse windows with such violence, I fear the ancient glass might shatter. The wind doesn't howl so much as scream, a sound too deliberate, too focused to be mere weather. I've triple-checked the auxiliary lamps, laid fresh lines of salt mixed with iron filings across every threshold, and secured the strange artifacts from the hidden compartment in a circle around the primary beacon. The electricity flickered twice before failing completely at sunset. I was prepared, already moving through the ritual of lighting the backup system. My hands no longer tremble when performing these tasks. Muscle memory guides me through motions I shouldn't know, but somehow do. Blood memory. My grandmother called it in one journal entry. Knowledge passed through generations, not by teaching, but by inheritance. Something massive struck the base of the lighthouse an hour ago. The entire structure shuddered, stones grinding against each other as they have stood for over a century. I rushed to the gallery, rain stinging my face as I leaned over the railing to peer down at the churning waters below. What I saw still hasn't fully registered in my mind. A vast, pale shape, not quite solid, not fully formed, rising from the depths. It possessed no features I could identify, nothing so simple as tentacles or limbs, just a churning mass of proto-flesh that seemed to both absorb and reflect the beacon's light. Where the light touched it, the entity recoiled, its form rippling as though in pain. I should feel triumphant, seeing proof that my vigil serves a purpose. Instead, terror roots me in place, my body understanding what my mind refuses to acknowledge. The barrier weakens with each assault. One day, perhaps not in my lifetime, but eventually, the light will fail, the stones will crumble, and what waits offshore will claim this coast and all who dwell here. The back of my neck prickles with awareness. Even as I write these words, I sense something watching, not from the raging sea, but from within the lighthouse itself. The shadows in the corners of my peripheral vision move independently of the swaying emergency lamps. Footsteps pace the spiral staircase when I'm alone in the keeper's quarters. Last night, I heard my grandmother's voice calling from the beacon room. When I raced up the stairs, I found only empty air and the steady rotation of the light, but on the logbook open on the desk, and handwriting not my own. The blood price must be paid. I've searched every journal, every hidden note, for explanation. What blood price? What sacrifice maintains this barrier between worlds? The villagers bring offerings each new moon, small tokens left at the lighthouse base. Locks of hair, childhood toys, wedding rings, symbols rather than substance. But is something more acquired? The storm intensifies as midnight approaches. The sea no longer crashes against the cliffs, but reaches for the tower itself, water defying natural physics as it climbs stone walls. I press my palms against the cold window glass, feeling it vibrate with each impact. Between lightning flashes, I see them, figures standing at the water's edge, dozens of them, their forms indistinct except for the hollows where I should be. The drowned have come to witness tonight's struggle. I must return to the beacon room. The primary light requires constant attention during such assaults. Later, if there is a later, I will continue this account. 3 days have passed since the storm subsided. I've slept perhaps 6 hours total, my body refusing to surrender consciousness despite overwhelming exhaustion. Every time my eyes close, I see that pale mass rising from the depths, reaching for the tower for me. The village sustained significant damage, roofs torn away, boats splintered despite being secured inland, the old pier reduced to jagged stumps. No lives lost, at least none reported, though Margaret's grim expression when she brought fresh supplies suggested something left unsaid. "You held the line," she observed, studying my face with disturbing intensity. The dark circles under my eyes, the new strands of gray at my temples, the cost of that night's vigil written on my body. But at what price? I didn't tell her about the visions, my grandmother standing beside me in the beacon room, her hand guiding mine to adjust the ancient mirrors that somehow amplify the light beyond mechanical explanation. I didn't mention the voice that spoke through the howling wind, offering freedom from this burden in exchange for just one moment of darkness. Most of all, I kept silent about the blood. The cut across my palm wasn't there before the storm. I have no memory of the injury, yet I found dried blood on the primary lens the morning after, smeared in patterns similar to the symbols etched on the strange stone from the hidden compartment. The blood price, paid unconsciously, or perhaps guided by whatever echo of my grandmother lingers in this tower. Today I used the iron key Margaret gave me, walking the 3 miles to the village church, a squat stone building older than the lighthouse itself. The pastor, a young man with old eyes, wordlessly led me to a trap door beneath the altar. The archives below smelled of mildew and tallow candles, shelves lined with ledgers dating back to the town's founding in the 1700s. "Take what knowledge you need," he said, "but leave your blood debt here." He pointed to a small stone basin near the entrance, already containing drops of rust-colored fluid. All keepers pay to know. I didn't ask how he knew my purpose or my role. In this village, the lighthouse keeper's identity requires no explanation. Instead, I pricked my finger with the small knife left beside the basin and added my offering to generations of keepers before me. The oldest records were written in a dialect I shouldn't understand, but somehow did. Another blood memory surfacing. They detailed the village's founding not as an act of pioneer courage, but desperate flight. The settlers hadn't come to this remote coastline seeking freedom or opportunity, but escape from what pursued them across the Atlantic from the Old World. They thought an ocean would be barrier enough. They were wrong. What they called the deep hunger followed, drawn by the unique properties of the underwater trench just offshore, a passage that thinned the boundaries between dimensions. The earliest settlers made their pact not out of greed for bountiful fishing, but sheer survival. Sacrifices for salvation, until my ancestor Abigail Thorne broke the cycle by discovering an alternative, the peculiar alignment of light and ritual that established the barrier. The price was steep. The keeper's bloodline became bound to the entity, connected in ways the records hint at, but never fully explain. We hold the barrier through will and blood inheritance, but in doing so, we open ourselves to influence from beyond. The longer a keeper maintains their watch, the more susceptible they become to the entity's call. That explains the deterioration evident in my grandmother's later journals, the increasingly erratic handwriting, the obsessive repetition of certain phrases, the drawings that make no logical sense, yet provoke visceral dread. It wasn't mere age affecting her mind, but the consequence of decades spent in psychic proximity to what dwells offshore. Is that my fate as well? to gradually lose myself to this influence. The church records included a roster of previous keepers, their duration of service, and manner of death. Few lasted more than 30 years. Many ended by their own hand. Some simply vanished, their final log entries reporting voices from the deep or the call of home. As I replaced the ancient ledgers and climbed back into the church proper, the pastor waited, his expression knowing. "How long did your predecessor last?" he asked quietly. "My grandmother? 42 years. He crossed himself. Longer than any before. Her resistance was remarkable. And me, how long do I have?" His eyes held a compassion that frightened me more than any storm. "That depends on how much of yourself you're willing to surrender to keep the rest of us safe." I walked back to the lighthouse as sunset approached, the weight of generations pressing down on my shoulders. The tower stood silhouetted against the dimming sky, both prison and purpose. Inside, I know the shadows wait. The whispers continue. The slow erosion of self has already begun. Tonight, I will light the lamps and maintain my vigil, as those before me did. I will resist the call of the depths, and I will continue this account, this record of my service and sacrifice, in hopes that it might somehow prepare the next keeper when my watch inevitably ends. For the light must never fail. No matter the cost to its keeper, I found another hidden cache of my grandmother's belongings today. Not intentionally hidden, perhaps, but tucked away in the crawl space beneath the northeast corner of the keeper's quarters. A small wooden trunk, its brass fittings green with verdigris, containing personal effects rather than lighthouse records. Photos of her as a young woman, smiling in a way I never saw in life. Letters from my grandfather before his fishing accident, when my mother was still a child. A wedding band too large for my grandmother's fingers, and nestled among these mundane treasures. A journal different from her official logs. A personal diary written not for posterity or instruction, but as a private confession. I shouldn't have read it. Some secrets deserve their rest. But the lighthouse doesn't permit secrets to remain buried, not from its keeper. "The dream started on my 30th year of service," she wrote, her handwriting steadier than in her later official logs. "Always the same. I'm swimming in deep water, but not drowning. Breathing water as naturally as air. And it speaks to me not as adversary but kin. Come home, it says. Your vigil separates you from yourself." The most terrifying part isn't the creature's voice, it's how right it feels. How the lighthouse seems the alien place, and the depths feel like home. My hands trembled as I turned pages, reading accounts that mirrored my own experiences these past months. The footsteps on the stairs when no one is there. The whispers that seem to emanate from the walls themselves. The growing certainty that the lighthouse is not merely a structure, but something alive, watching, judging. I see them now even waking. Another entry read, dated just 3 years before her death. The previous keepers. They stand at the edges of rooms, observing. Some offer silent encouragement. Others, those whose eyes have gone dark and whose mouths hang perpetually open, seem to wait for me to fail, to join them. The barrier between the living and dead thins the longer I maintain the other barrier. I wonder if that's the true price of this duty. We keep the world separate by becoming creatures of both realms ourselves. I slammed the diary shut, my breath shallow and quick. I've seen them too, indistinct figures at the periphery of my vision. I attributed them to exhaustion, to isolation, to the strange play of light in this tower. But they're watching me even now as I write this, their presence a weight in the air. My grandmother's final entry, dated just weeks before her death. I understand now why we are chosen, why our bloodline. We're not fully human, haven't been since Abigail made her bargain. Part of us belongs to the deep. That's why we can maintain the barrier. We exist in both worlds already. The entity doesn't want to destroy us. It wants to reclaim its own. Sleep evades me tonight. The wind carries voices, not the mindless howling of a storm, but articulated sounds just below the threshold of comprehension. I've moved my bedding to the beacon room, taking comfort in the steady rotation of the light. Even here, the shadows pulse with presence. Tomorrow I'll visit the village archives again, There must be more about Abigail Thorne and the bargain my grandmother mentioned. What did our ancestors sacrifice to establish this barrier? What part of our humanity was traded for the village's protection? For now, I maintain my vigil. The light turns, the darkness watches, and somewhere beneath the waves, something that shares my blood waits for my resistance to falter. The church archives yielded little I didn't already know, but the graveyard behind it spoke volumes. Generations of my family lie buried there, their headstones arranged in a perfect circle around a central obelisk. No names mark this monument, only a series of dates, the beginning and end of each keeper's watch. I traced the inscriptions with my fingertips, feeling the weathered stone beneath my skin. The duration of service grows longer with each generation. The first keepers lasted mere years. My grandmother's predecessor, my great-aunt Irene, managed 27 years before, according to village records, walking into the sea during a winter storm. She heard the call and answered, Margaret said, appearing beside me with the unsettling silence that seems common among the village elders. They all do eventually. Is that my fate too? I asked, not really expecting an answer. Margaret's weathered face remained impassive. Your grandmother resisted longer than any before her. Something in your bloodline grows stronger with each generation, more adapted. Adapted to what? To straddling worlds. She knelt with difficulty, placing a small bundle of dried herbs at the base of the obelisk. The first keepers were fully human. They broke quickly. With each generation, blood thins, or perhaps transforms is the better word. Ice formed in my stomach. What are you saying? You know already. You felt the changes. She nodded toward my hands. I looked down, suddenly aware of the faint webbing that had begun forming between my fingers, translucent tissue I dismissed as dry, cracked skin from the constant exposure to salt air and water. But it wasn't deterioration. It was transformation. The longer you maintain the barrier, the more you become suited to life on both sides of it. Margaret continued, Your grandmother's journals must have noted the changes. They had, I realized, the complaints of dry skin, of eyes increasingly sensitive to light, of dreams where she breathed water. I had attributed these to age, to the hardships of lighthouse living. But they were documentation of a metamorphosis. What happens when the transformation completes? My voice sounded distant to my own ears. Margaret rose, brushing dirt from her knees. No keeper has ever fully transformed. They either end their watch prematurely, she gestured to the graves, or resist until age claims them naturally, as your grandmother did. And me, how far along am I? She studied me with those ancient eyes. The webbing is just beginning. The sensitivity to light will follow. Then the dreams will become more vivid. Not just visions, but memories. Ancestral memories. You will remember the deep as if you lived there. How do you know all this? A smile then, thin and without warmth. My family has served as witnesses since the beginning. We record what happens to your kind. Your kind. The phrase echoed in my mind as I walked back to the lighthouse. The setting sun cast my shadow long across the path, a distorted shape that didn't quite match my movements, as if part of me walked slightly out of sync with this world. Inside the tower, I examined my reflection in the small bathroom mirror. Had my eyes always been this shade, this depth? I leaned closer, studying the pupils. For a moment, just a flicker, they elongated vertically, like a creature adapted to see in abyssal darkness. I jerked away from my reflection, heart pounding. Transformation, adaptation, the price of maintaining the barrier. How much of my humanity will erode before my watch ends? Will I recognize myself a year from now? 5 years? Will I even care about the difference? The beacon turns above, its light moving across the water in steady sweeps. Tonight it seems thinner somehow, less substantial against the darkness below. Or perhaps my perception changes as I do, seeing more clearly what dwells in the spaces between light. I've removed all mirrors from the lighthouse. I can't bear to witness what I'm becoming. Instead, I focus on the logbooks, the maintenance routines, the ritual reinforcement of the barrier. Duty provides structure when identity dissolves. Tomorrow the fishing boats venture farther out than usual. The spring catch migrations have begun. I've warned them, through Margaret, to stay clear of the deep trench. They nodded solemnly, making signs against evil, but necessity drives them. The village depends on these seasonal catches. I watch from the gallery, my sight extending farther through the mist than should be possible. I can make out individual faces on decks hundreds of yards offshore. I can see, too, the shapes that move beneath their hulls. Ordinary fish, yes, but also the larger shadow that paces them from the depths. It knows I'm watching. It turns what passes for its awareness upward, and for a moment, our consciousnesses touch across the barrier. Recognition flows between us. Kinship and alienation in equal measure. I recoil from the contact, physically staggering backward until I hit the gallery railing. My hands clutch the iron, and I notice with rising panic that the webbing has extended overnight, now reaching the first knuckle of each finger. The transformation accelerates, and with it, my understanding of what waits beyond the light. Dreams plague me nightly now. Dreams of sinking through cold water, pressure increasing until it should crush my body. But instead, I adapt. My bones shift, becoming more cartilaginous. My lungs process water, extracting oxygen with alien efficiency. And always, at the dream's climax, I reach a vast structure on the ocean floor, not built but grown. A living architecture of coral and bone and substances I have no name for. Home. Something inside me whispers, your true inheritance. I wake from these dreams gasping, my sheets soaked not with sweat but salt water that seeps from my pores. The changes progress more rapidly than Margaret indicated. The webbing between my fingers now extends fully between joints. My neck has developed faint slits that flutter when I'm anxious, nascent gills forming beneath the skin. My teeth ache constantly as they gradually sharpen, shifting in my gums to form rows rather than the single human alignment. I've taken to wearing high-collared shirts and gloves when I must visit the village for supplies. My trips grow less frequent as my appearance becomes harder to disguise. Instead, I leave payment in a lockbox at the lighthouse door, and villagers deliver necessities without seeking direct contact. Only Margaret still looks me in the eye, studying my transformation with clinical detachment. Your grandmother reached this stage in her 35th year of service, she observed during her last visit. You've achieved it in less than one. The blood grows stronger with each generation. Will it stop? I asked, voice rasping through a throat increasingly ill-suited for air. Margaret shook her head. It progresses as long as you maintain the barrier. The entity calls to its own. I'm not its own, I snapped. But even as I spoke, I knew the lie of it. Something in me has always belonged to the deep. The lighthouse keeper role didn't bind me to the entity. It merely awakened what was dormant in my blood. The fishing vessels returned today with half-empty holds. 3 boats missing entirely. The survivor spoke of a sudden squall, waters churning with impossible force, and something vast rising beneath one vessel, capsizing it instantly. The other 2 vanished in the confusion, lost in the unnatural fog that descended. I know the truth. It's growing stronger, testing the boundaries, testing me. The lost fishermen are casualties in a war they never understood, a conflict between my duty to protect humanity and the inexorable pull of inherited monstrosity. Tonight as the beacon turns, I feel each sweep of light like a physical blow. My skin blisters under direct exposure, another sign of my changing nature. I maintain the light nonetheless, adjusting mirrors with webbed hands, feeding the auxiliary system that augments the modern electronics with something older, something powered by more than mere electricity. In the village church archives, I found fragmentary references to Abigail Thorne's augmentation of the original lighthouse. Before her intervention, the structure served its conventional purpose, warning ships away from treacherous shores. She transformed it into something else, a ward against forces far more dangerous than rocks and shoals. The mechanism she installed still operates beneath the modern equipment. Mirrors arranged in geometric patterns that make my eyes hurt to study directly. Prisms that split light into spectra invisible to fully human perception. A series of iron and copper channels built into the tower walls that carry something more substantial than electricity, something that pulses with the rhythm of a heart. The lighthouse is alive, or at least semi-sentient. It responds to my touch differently as I change, sometimes seeming to recoil, other times embracing my increasingly inhuman form. It recognizes what I'm becoming and adjusts accordingly. Abigail designed it to serve regardless of how far along the Keeper's transformation has progressed. I wonder if she foresaw this, generations of her descendants gradually surrendering their humanity to maintain her barrier. Did she know the price when she made her bargain? Did she consider it worth paying? The logbooks offer contradictory accounts. In some, she's portrayed as the village's savior, sacrificing her future children's humanity to protect the greater community. In others, more private journals, a different picture emerges. A woman fascinated by the entity in the deep, drawn to it even as she contained it, not making a bargain to save others, but to ensure a controlled connection between her bloodline and the creature she found so compelling. Perhaps both versions contain truth, protection and possession intertwined. The village saved, but at the cost of her family's perpetual servitude. Last night, at low tide, I ventured to the shoreline beneath the lighthouse, an area inaccessible except during the most extreme lunar pulls. There, carved into the cliff face below the waterline, I found inscriptions matching those in Abigail's private journals. Not warnings, but invitations. Not barriers, but doorways, closed but designed to open. She never intended the separation to be permanent. The barrier wasn't to keep the entity contained indefinitely, but to control the terms of eventual reunion. We aren't just guardians, we're gestating hybrids, being gradually prepared for some final transformation. I traced the webbing between my fingers, feeling the thin membrane that represents just the beginning of my metamorphosis. How much further will it progress? What am I becoming? And when the change completes, will I still care about the village, about humanity, about anything beyond answering the call that grows louder with each passing night? The beacon turns. The light holds back the darkness. For now, I remember drowning, not in this life but another, centuries past. I remember the weight of wool skirts dragging me down, the press of water against my chest, the decision to open my mouth and breathe the sea rather than fight any longer. I remember the shock of survival, of water filling lungs that should have failed but instead adapted. I remember dark shapes approaching through murky depths, not to consume but to welcome. These aren't dreams anymore but memories, ancestral experiences surfacing as my transformation erodes the boundaries between individual consciousness. I am myself, but also Abigail, and others before her whose names were lost even to family record. The first contact wasn't here but in the old world, on shores now lost to rising seas. Our bloodline has always been touched by the deep, called to service not because we were chosen, but because we were recognized. Partial descendants returning to ancestral origins. Margaret confirms my suspicions during her increasingly rare visits. Your kind lived in both realms once, before choosing land permanently. The entity remembers when your ancestors swam the trenches. It seeks reunion. We were human, I protest, the words slurring through teeth now too numerous and sharp for my mouth. Before that, Margaret says, you were something else, something older. Abigail was the first to remember, to recognize the call not as alien but as homecoming. I've taken to swimming at night, slipping into the cold Atlantic waters from the rocks below the lighthouse. My transformed body cuts through currents with effortless grace, diving deeper than human lungs could tolerate. The nascent gills at my neck flutter open underwater, supplementing my regular breathing. My eyes adjust, seeing with perfect clarity in darkness that should be impenetrable. I tell myself these excursions strengthen me, help me understand my enemy better. But truth curdles in my gut. I swim not to oppose the entity but to move closer to it, drawn by blood memory and physical transformation. One night, diving near the drop-off where the continental shelf falls away into abyssal depths, I encountered another swimmer, a village girl no more than 16, her features already showing signs of change similar to mine. webbed hands, eyes too large, too darkly luminous, a mouth that opened too wide when she gasped at seeing me. "You're like me," she said, her voice perfectly clear underwater. I circled her, noticing the slits at her neck, the iridescent sheen to her skin in the dim moonlight filtering from above. "Who are you? What family?" "Eleanor Bishop's granddaughter." She named a woman I knew only from correspondence with my grandmother, letters from an institution. "Your grandmother was a keeper?" The girl shook her head, dark hair floating around her face like sea grass. A failed candidate. The calling hit her wrong, fragmented her mind instead of transforming her body. But she passed something to my mother, and through her to me. "Does Margaret know about you?" A bitter smile revealed teeth already too sharp for human mouth. The witnesses only tracked the direct line. Thorne bloodline. The rest of us change in private, without guidance. "How many are there? Like us?" She gestured vaguely toward the shore. Dozens scattered through the coastal communities. Distant cousins, all descended from keepers who left offspring before their final transformation. We feel the pull, but lack the focus the lighthouse provides. We change more slowly, more chaotically. Ice formed in my chest, despite the relative warmth of the summer ocean. Final transformation. The girl's eyes widened. "They haven't told you." Then, with something between pity and anticipation, "Keep swimming these waters. You'll learn." She dove then, her body cutting through the water with inhuman grace, disappearing into depths I wasn't yet prepared to follow. I returned to the lighthouse shaken, questions multiplying. The village harbors more secrets than I imagined, bloodlines diverging from mine but similarly touched, changing in response to the same ancient call. How many people walk those streets with human facades concealing partial transformations? How many swim these waters at night, practicing for some final metamorphosis I'm only beginning to understand? The answer came 3 nights later, during a new moon when darkness dominated the coast, the lighthouse beam cutting through it with what seemed like diminished authority. I stood at the gallery rail, watching the beam sweep across the water, when movement caught my eye. Dozens of figures emerging from houses throughout the village, moving with eerie coordination toward the shoreline. In the darkness, their forms seemed fluid, neither fully human nor completely other. They gathered at the water's edge, forming a circle. At Margaret's cottage, a light burned late, the witness watching but not interfering. I should have rung the alarm bell, warned the fully human villagers of whatever ritual unfolded on their shore. Instead, I found myself descending the spiral stairs, drawn by compulsion stronger than duty. By the time I reached the beach, the swimmers had entered the water. Only the girl remained at the shoreline, waiting. "Tonight they answer the deep call," she said as I approached. "Those who are ready." "Ready for what?" Her smile revealed rows of teeth, no longer even attempting to appear human. Completion. Home, out beyond the breakers. Heads bobbed briefly before disappearing beneath the surface. Beyond them, water swirled in unnatural patterns, a massive form rising, not to attack, but to receive. "They won't come back, will they?" I asked, already knowing the answer. Not as they were, but they'll still exist, as part of something greater. She waded into the surf. "You're not ready yet. The lighthouse binds you more strongly than the rest of us. But when you are," she gestured toward the disturbance offshore, "we'll welcome you into the collective." I watched her swim out to join the others, my heart pounding with mingled revulsion and longing. The entity rising from the deep was taking them, or they were offering themselves, to become part of its collective consciousness. The reunion Margaret spoke of, happening not as catastrophe, but as willing absorption. I returned to the lighthouse and reinforced the barrier with desperate fervor, not to protect the village now, but to protect myself from the compulsion to join the swimmers. The light seemed to respond to my renewed commitment, burning brighter, its beam more solid as it swept the waters where the gathering had occurred. By morning, the village was quiet, dozens of homes standing empty. No alarm raised, no search parties organized. The remaining villagers went about their business with the deliberate ignorance of those who recognize pattern too terrible to acknowledge. Later that day, Margaret visited, her ancient eyes evaluating my condition. "You resisted," she observed. "I'm the keeper. I maintain the barrier." A thin smile. "For now, but you've seen what waits. The truth of your bloodline's purpose." "My purpose is protection." "Protection has always been secondary," Margaret said, placing a gnarled hand on the wall of the lighthouse. "Abigail built this not to keep the entity contained permanently, but to control the terms of reunion, to ensure transformation happens gradually, prepared for rather than chaotic. I won't join them." Even as I spoke, I felt the webbing between my fingers pulse with denial. "You will, when you're ready, as all keepers eventually do. The only question is whether you'll maintain the barrier long enough to complete the proper transformation, or whether you'll break prematurely and risk the fragmentation that claimed Eleanor Bishop and others who tried to resist their nature." She left me with those words echoing in the spiral stairwell. I retreated to the beacon room, the only place I still feel something approaching human purpose. The light turns, the barrier holds, but now I understand it contains me as much as it contains what waits beyond, and something in me is already swimming toward the other side. Margaret died last night. I found her this morning on the rocks below the lighthouse, her body arranged with ritualistic precision, arms crossed over her chest, eyes open to the dawn sky, a string of unusual shells around her neck. Natural death or sacrifice, I cannot say. The distinction matters little in this place, where the two realms intersect. I reported her passing to the village council, 5 solemn individuals who received the news with unsettling lack of surprise. Before I could leave their meeting hall, an elderly man I'd seen but never spoken to rose from his chair. "The witness is dead," he announced. "A new witness must be named." Eyes turned to a young woman seated near the back, perhaps 30, with scholar spectacles and a sailor's weathered skin. She stood, face impassive but shoulders tight, with an emotion I couldn't identify. "The Bishop line will witness," the elder continued, "as is traditional when Thorn bloodline serves the light." The name hit me like physical blow. Bishop, the same family name as Eleanor, the institutionalized woman who wrote to my grandmother, the same as the swimming girl who revealed the night gathering. The young woman approached me after the formal declaration, extending a hand that I hesitated to take with my increasingly inhuman one. "Rebecca Bishop," she introduced herself. "I'll be taking Margaret's role." "You're related to Eleanor," I said, not a question. Something flickered behind her spectacles, caution perhaps. "My great-aunt. Family connections are complicated in this community." "And the girl, swimmer with the changes? Your relation too." Rebecca's professional demeanor cracked slightly. "My cousin Emily, one of many in our bloodline affected by proximity to yours." Affected. She glanced around the emptying council hall, then spoke in lowered tones. "The Thorn line carries the strongest markers, but other families who've lived in this area for generations show signs of the same genetic divergence. Those descended from past keepers most prominently. The Bishop line has served as witnesses for centuries, because we understand both sides. We carry some of the same adaptations, but express them differently." She rolled up her sleeve to reveal a pattern of faint scales on her forearm, not the webbing or gill slits of my transformation, but undeniably inhuman. "We don't answer the deep call the way your family does. We transform enough to understand, but remain bound to land, to observe, to record." The implications staggered me. An entire village of people with varying degrees of inhuman adaptation, organized around managing the relationship between worlds. My lighthouse keeping wasn't containing a threat. It was regulating a slow, generational metamorphosis. "Your cousin," I pressed. She joined the gathering at the new moon. Rebecca nodded, a flash of grief crossing her features. Emily was more Thorn than Bishop in her makeup. The call became irresistible. "And you're not affected the same way." "I hear it," she admitted. "We all do, to varying degrees. But some bloodlines are anchored more firmly to land. That's why witnesses come from the bishop line. We can understand without surrendering. I studied her face, finding subtle signs I hadn't noticed before. Eyes slightly too large, set just a fraction wider than human standard. A suggestion of extra cartilage at the neck, covered by her high collar. What happens when a keeper completes transformation? I asked, the question that had haunted me since witnessing the night swimmers. Rebecca adjusted her glasses, a human gesture at odds with her increasingly apparent inhumanity. According to our records, they joined the collective consciousness of the deep entity. Not obliteration, but transcendence. Individual awareness persists, but becomes part of something vast, ancient. Your grandmother is there now, and her predecessor, and all keepers who completed their service naturally. And the barrier? If I were to join them, what happens to the lighthouse? It awaits the next keeper. Your bloodline continues through branches that left the direct service, cousins, distant relations who carry the potential for adaptation but haven't been activated by proximity to the lighthouse. She hesitated, then added, "There's always a thorn who can be called when needed." I thought of relatives I barely knew, scattered across the country, cousins who might carry this potential in dormant genes, unaware of what awaits should the lighthouse ever summon them. "I have responsibilities," I said, more to remind myself than inform her. "The barrier must be maintained." Rebecca nodded, her expression softening slightly. "The witness serves the keeper in this duty. I'll bring the records Margaret kept of your transformation. They may help you understand what to expect next." We parted with formal courtesy that felt absurd given the nature of our discussion. I returned to the lighthouse, climbing the spiral stairs with legs that felt increasingly suited for swimming rather than walking. The transformation continues regardless of my new knowledge. Biology obeys older imperatives than conscious choice. Tonight the beacon turns with the same rhythm as always, but I view it differently now. Not a barrier against catastrophe, but a regulating mechanism for controlled metamorphosis. Not protection for humanity, but a filtration system that allows only the properly prepared to answer the deep call. I maintain my duty with the same diligence, but questions multiply. Am I resisting my destiny, or fulfilling it by keeping the light? Was Abigail's true legacy not the prevention of disaster, but the orchestration of controlled transcendence? Margaret's body was gone from the rocks when I checked at sunset, taken by the tide or by village hands for some ritual purpose. I cannot say. In her place lay a single object, an ancient key far larger than the one she had given me to access the church archives. I recognize it from descriptions in my grandmother's journals. The key to the original mechanism, the one Abigail installed beneath modern equipment, the heart of the true barrier. Rebecca left it for me, the first act of the new witness. Tomorrow I'll use it. Tonight, I keep the light turning and listen to the voices from the deep that no longer seem alien but increasingly familiar. They call my name, my true name, older than human language, and part of me already answers. Dawn breaks with reluctance over the Atlantic, gray light seeping across troubled waters. I haven't slept. The key Margaret left weighs heavy in my pocket, its ancient iron cold against my increasingly sensitive skin. I've spent the night studying my grandmother's journals, searching for references to the original mechanism, the true heart of the lighthouse that modern equipment merely supplements. The references are oblique, cautious. The primary circulation requires monthly maintenance, she wrote in one entry. The mirrors must be aligned with lunar precision. In another, most telling, the binding fluid must be refreshed with Keeper's essence. The barrier weakens otherwise. Keeper's essence. Blood. Always blood with these generational obligations. The entrance to the lower levels isn't hidden so much as overlooked. A door in the supply room whose lock has been painted over so many times it resembles a decorative element rather than functional hardware. The ancient key fits with grinding reluctance, tumblers shifting that haven't moved in decades. Beyond lies a narrow spiral staircase, descending below sea level, worn stone steps glistening with moisture that seems to seep through solid rock. The air grows increasingly dense as I descend, carrying that familiar metallic scent that's haunted the lighthouse since my arrival. copper pennies and winter frost. Not just a smell, I realize now, but a presence. The entity's awareness extending through the barrier, concentrating where the mechanism maintains separation. The chamber at the bottom steals what little breath my transforming lungs can manage in air. Circular, perhaps 30 feet in diameter, its walls lined with mirrors of impossible smoothness. Not glass, but something more ancient, polished obsidian, perhaps, or some material with no name in human language. They reflect not my image, but scenes from elsewhere. Depths where light shouldn't penetrate. Structures that resemble the living architecture from my dreams. Figures moving with fluid grace through an alien cityscape. The other side, what exists beyond the barrier? At the chamber's center stands a pedestal supporting a sphere of the same material as the mirrors, approximately the size of a human heart. The sphere pulses with rhythmic light, not the steady beam of the lighthouse above, but something more organic. A heartbeat, I realize. The original light source that the modern equipment merely focuses and amplifies. Channels radiate from the pedestal like spokes, cut into the stone floor and filled with a substance that moves with apparent sentience, sometimes liquid, sometimes more gaseous, shifting between states as the sphere pulses. The substance glows with the same cold blue light, carrying energy from the central heart to the mirrors along the walls. This is the true apparatus Abigail constructed, not mechanical but quasi-biological, a synthetic circulatory system, channeling energies I can't fully comprehend, but increasingly sense with my changing body. A copper basin sits at the pedestal's base, its interior stained rust brown from generations of contributions. Keeper's essence, the binding fluid. I understand instinctively what's required, what has always been required. The mechanism runs on blood freely given, the offering that maintains separation not through opposition but through connection. The barrier works because it contains elements of both realms, human sacrifice and deep-dwelling energy in constant circulation. I roll up my sleeve, exposing skin now covered with a fine pattern of scales iridescent in the pulsing light. The knife rests beside the basin, ancient iron with an edge that never dulls. I draw it across my forearm, and blood wells, darker than it should be, moving with unusual viscosity. It drips into the basin, and the effect is immediate. The sphere's pulsing intensifies, the channels glow brighter, and the mirrors sharpen their impossible images. The barrier strengthens, not separating me from the entity, but paradoxically connecting us more fully. I feel its awareness focus on the chamber, on me, on the blood offering that binds us together even as it keeps us apart. I maintain the separation, I whisper, the words forming in my increasingly inhuman mouth. I uphold my duty. Something responds, not in words but in sensations that flood my consciousness. Acknowledgement, respect, patience. The entity recognizes my service while knowing its temporary nature. All keepers eventually join the collective. The barrier is not permanent but transitional, preparing both sides for eventual reunion. I ascend the spiral staircase on legs that tremble from more than physical exhaustion. The mechanism has taken not just blood but something deeper, a portion of my dwindling humanity sacrificed to maintain the separation between worlds. Each offering accelerates the transformation. Each strengthening of the barrier brings me closer to crossing it permanently. In the Keeper's quarters, I examine my reflection in a hand mirror I keep for the purpose of monitoring my changes. The scales have spread to my neck, more prominent after the blood offering. My eyes have grown larger. Their color shifted from human hazel to something more akin to the abyssal blue of the mechanism's energy. My teeth. I close my mouth quickly, unwilling to confront their increasing alienness. Rebecca arrives mid-morning, carrying leather-bound ledgers, Margaret's records of my predecessor's transformations. "You found the original mechanism," she observes, not a question. Something in my appearance must betray the night's activities. I made the offering. She nods, setting the ledgers on the kitchen table. The barrier will hold stronger now. The modern equipment had been compensating for decreased potency in the primary system. Your grandmother's contributions grew weaker as her health failed. How frequently must I maintain it? monthly with the lunar cycle, more often if the entity grows restless. She studies my transformed features with the clinical detachment of her role. The offering accelerates adaptation. You're progressing faster than recorded precedent. I gesture to the ledgers. Show me the patterns. I need to understand what's happening to me. We spend hours reviewing Margaret's meticulous documentation of my grandmother's 42-year service. Detailed observations, clinical measurements, sketches of anatomical changes that make my stomach churn despite my intellectual understanding. By her 30th year, my grandmother had developed full gill structures. By her 35th, her lower body had begun the transformation that would ultimately render her incapable of walking on land had she completed the metamorphosis. She resisted the final stage, Rebecca explains, pointing to later entries. Most keepers succumb around year 40. She maintained human form through sheer force of will, though the mental strain. She trails off, turning pages to the psychological evaluations that document increasing disassociation. Episodes of lost time, conversations with entities only she perceived, and me, at this rate of change. Rebecca calculates briefly. 5 years, perhaps less, until you reach the threshold where choice becomes difficult. The call typically becomes irresistible once physical transformation reaches approximately 70% completion. 5 years. The words taste hollow. Not even a half-decade of liminal existence before surrendering to whatever waits beyond the barrier. Unless you find a replacement, Rebecca adds, surprising me. The transformation can be halted, even partially reversed, if the lighthouse responsibility transfers to another suitable bloodline member. There's no one else, I say automatically, but even as the words leave my mouth, I think of distant cousins, second and third relations who might carry the potential endormant genes. Rebecca seems to read my thoughts. The witness keeps records of all bloodline branches. When the time comes, if you choose that path, I can provide names. The idea of summoning some unsuspecting relative to this fate sits like poison in my mind. To save myself by condemning another to gradual metamorphosis and eventual surrender, could I justify such selfishness? Yet as I examine my webbed hands, feel the uncomfortable shift of nascent gill slits at my neck. I can't dismiss the possibility entirely. Self-preservation remains a powerful instinct, even as my self transforms into something increasingly unrecognizable. First, I need to understand exactly what waits on the other side. I say finally, what joining the collective truly means. Not village legends or witness records, but direct knowledge. Rebecca closes the ledgers, her expression carefully neutral. There's a way, dangerous but possible. The deep dreamers, descendants of keepers who never completed transformation, but progressed far enough to establish psychic connection with the collective. They can serve as conduits, allowing brief glimpses across the barrier. Where do I find these dreamers? There's one in particular who might help you. Lives as a hermit on the northern point. Jameson was his human name, though he answers to something else now. I can take you tomorrow, if you're certain. I'm certain. After she leaves, I return to my duties with mechanical precision, checking the modern equipment, adjusting mirrors, maintaining the log. The work feels increasingly symbolic, a ritual observance honoring what the original mechanism actually accomplishes through blood and ancient technology. That night, swimming in waters far from shore, I encounter others like myself, partially transformed descendants of various bloodlines, all drawn to the deep trench by shared compulsion. They acknowledge me with gestures not quite human, not fully other. Their transformations manifest differently from mine, some with elaborate fin structures extending from forearms, others with skin that shifts color to match surroundings, one with eyes that appear to be entirely black, adapted for seeing in the deepest darkness. Keeper, they greet me, the word carrying undertones of both respect and pity. To them, I am both privileged and cursed, connected directly to the entity through the lighthouse's mechanism, but bound by duties they have avoided through divergent bloodlines. A woman whose features suggest relation to Rebecca approaches. her movements graceful in water that would challenge human swimmers. "The collective knows your confusion," she says, voice perfectly clear in the saltwater medium. "It feels your resistance." "I maintain the barrier," I respond automatically. She smiles, revealing teeth adapted for both land and sea feeding. "The barrier was never meant to be permanent, only to ensure a controlled reunion. Your bloodline created the means for gradual rather than catastrophic convergence." Convergence. She gestures toward the distant trench where the entity dwells. Two worlds becoming one again, as they were before the Great Division. Your ancestor Abigail recognized the inevitable and created a system to manage the process across generations rather than in a single cataclysm. The village will adapt or perish, as all things must when worlds change. Her tone carries neither malice nor compassion, just statement of natural law. Many already undergo the necessary transformations, as you've seen. Those who cannot adapt will have descendants who can, or their lines will end. Evolution continues, guided by the collective's influence. She departs with the others as dawn approaches, leaving me floating in waters growing lighter with coming day. Their words echo in my mind as I return to shore, to the lighthouse, to my increasingly tenuous connection to humanity. The barrier I maintain doesn't prevent change, but merely regulates its pace. I'm not fighting against transformation, but shepherding it along a predetermined course. This revelation should horrify me, yet something in my changing consciousness recognizes its evolutionary logic. Species adapt or disappear. Worlds converge or collide. The entity in the deep isn't an invader, but a catalyst for adaptation necessitated by environmental change on a scale beyond human comprehension. As the sun crests the horizon, I stand at the gallery rail, looking down at the village where lights begin to appear in windows. How many of those inhabitants know what approaches? How many undergo their own subtle transformations, preparing for the world to come? And how many remain fully human, unaware of their growing obsolescence? The light turns behind me, sweeping across waters that increasingly feel like home. I maintain my vigil, bound by duty that grows more complex with each revelation. Keeper of a barrier that both separates and connects. Guardian of a transition I'm only beginning to understand. Tomorrow I will meet the deep dreamer and glimpse what waits beyond. Today, I maintain the light, the mechanism, the fragile balance between worlds that edges closer to convergence with each passing hour. Rebecca arrives shortly after dawn, dressed for hiking in heavy boots and weather-resistant clothing that seems at odds with her scholarly appearance. She carries a backpack containing supplies for our journey to the northern point: water, food, first aid materials, and other items she doesn't enumerate. The path is rarely traveled, she explains as we set out. Parts have eroded into the sea over the years. We'll need to be careful. I follow her along the coastal trail, my transformed body moving with increasing awkwardness on land. My gait has altered subtly, hip joints shifting toward arrangements better suited for swimming, leg muscles redistributing to power lateral rather than forward movement. The changes remain disguisable under clothing, but I feel each step's growing alienness. Your grandmother stopped making this journey in her 30th year, Rebecca observes, noticing my discomfort. Land travel becomes difficult as transformation progresses. Yet you manage well enough, I respond, observing her fluid movements along the rocky path. A tight smile. The bishop line transforms differently. We adapt for amphibious existence rather than full aquatic conversion. The witness must maintain connection to both worlds. We walk in silence after that, the path growing steeper and less defined as we move away from areas frequented by tourists and locals alike. The coastline here grows more jagged, cliffs rising sharply from turbulent waters. No beaches, no gentle access points, just the abrupt meeting of land and sea in mutual hostility. After nearly 2 hours, Rebecca points to a structure perched precariously on a cliff edge. Not a proper house, but something cobbled together from driftwood, corrugated metal, and materials salvaged from the sea. It clings to the rock face like a barnacle, partially incorporated into a shallow cave that penetrates the cliff itself. Jameson lives there? I ask, unable to imagine human habitation in such a ramshackle dwelling. He hasn't been fully human for decades, Rebecca responds. His needs differ from yours or mine. As we approach, I notice details invisible from a distance. The structure's seemingly haphazard construction actually follows patterns similar to the living architecture from my dreams. Not random placement, but deliberate mimicry of deep-dwelling design principles. Intricate spirals, recurring mathematical progressions, surfaces that capture and channel water rather than repelling it. Rebecca stops a dozen yards from the dwelling, removing a conch shell from her backpack. She raises it to her lips and produces a sound that seems to vibrate through my changing bone structure. Not quite audible, but perceptible on some deeper level. Movement at the structure's entrance. A figure emerges, and I struggle to process what I'm seeing. Humanoid, but only in the broadest sense. Proportions distorted beyond what I've witnessed in even the most transformed swimmers. The head too large, seeming to pulse slightly with internal pressure. Limbs elongated, joints additional to human anatomy allowing movement in directions that should be impossible. Skin not scaled like mine, but textured like deep-sea creatures that generate their own bioluminescence, glowing faintly even in daylight. Jameson, I whisper, though I know this creature abandoned that name long ago. The being tilts its massive head, eyes like abyssal trenches, focusing on me with disturbing intensity. Keeper, it responds, voice modulated in ways that suggest significant internal restructuring. You seek understanding. Not a question. The deep dreamer perceives my purpose without explanation. Rebecca steps forward. I've brought the current Thorn Keeper as discussed. They wish to glimpse what lies beyond. The dreamer's gaze never leaves me. Many seek. Few truly wish to know. I need to understand what I'm becoming, I say, stepping closer despite instinctive revulsion at the dreamer's appearance. What joining the collective means. A sound emerges from the dreamer, not quite laughter, more like water moving through complex channels. Understanding requires connection. Connection changes the understander. Are you prepared for that cost? Before I can respond, Rebecca interjects. The dreamer's abilities allow temporary connection to the collective consciousness without permanent binding. But there are risks, psychological disorientation, accelerated physical transformation, potential loss of individual will if your mind isn't adequately prepared. How far along was Jameson in his transformation when he became this? I ask, unable to keep apprehension from my voice. The dreamer answers for itself. I chose this path at approximately your current stage of adaptation. The Keeper's bloodline transforms toward joining. The dreamer's path transforms toward mediating. Different destinations, different manifestations. I consider Rebecca's warnings against my desperate need to know what awaits me. Fear of the unknown drives me more than fear of risks. I accept the potential consequences. I say finally. The dreamer retreats into its dwelling with unsettling fluidity of movement, expecting us to follow. Inside, the structure reveals its true nature. The exterior shanty merely camouflages an elaborate chamber carved into the living rock of the cliff. The walls glisten with the same substance that fills channels in the lighthouse's original mechanism, pulsing with faint bioluminescence. The air hangs heavy with moisture, dense enough that my nascent gills flutter reflexively. At the chamber's center lies a pool perhaps 10 feet in diameter. Its water unusually still and clear despite the direct connection to the turbulent ocean visible at its bottom. The dreamer gestures toward this pool with elongated fingers that seem to contain too many joints. The convergence point, it explains, where a barrier thins naturally. Here we can reach through without breaking. Rebecca hangs back near the entrance, removing items from her backpack. Candles with unusual coloration, small pouches of what might be herbs or minerals, a notebook and pencil. Preparations to observe and record. A witness performing her hereditary function. What must I do? I ask the dreamer. Enter the water. Open your mind. I will establish the connection. I remove shoes and outer clothing, revealing the full extent of my transformation to both observers. Neither reacts, Rebecca has seen the progression documented in Margaret's records, and the dreamer exists so far beyond human norms that my partial adaptation appears mundane by comparison. The pool's water feels different from the ocean, warmer, somehow denser, carrying faint electrical charges that stimulate my increasingly sensitive skin. I submerge completely, my transforming body instantly more comfortable in liquid environment. The gills at my neck open fully for perhaps the first time, drawing oxygen directly from the water with startling efficiency. Through the crystalline liquid, I see the dreamer kneel at the pool's edge, immersing its elongated hands. Its eyes close, head pulsing more noticeably. Rebecca lights the strange candles, their flames burning unusual colors, deep violets and blues that shouldn't be possible with natural combustion. Connection comes not gradually, but all at once, my individual consciousness expanding outward with such sudden force that I would scream if my mouth weren't filled with water. My perception extends beyond physical confines, beyond the pool, beyond the cliffside dwelling, stretching outward and downward into the deep trench miles offshore. And there it waits, the entity, the collective, not a singular organism as I had imagined, but a vast, complex ecosystem of interconnected consciousnesses, former humans who completed transformation alongside creatures that never were human, all existing in symbiotic relationship within and around a central awareness older than terrestrial life itself. I perceive them individually and collectively simultaneously, an impossible perception my transforming brain nevertheless processes. I recognize my grandmother among them, her consciousness recognizable, yet fundamentally altered, expanded. She exists as herself, but also as part of the greater whole, her individual identity preserved within the collective framework rather than obliterated by it. Others too, former keepers whose service ended in transcendence rather than death, village swimmers who answered the deep call, even creatures whose origins lie in evolutionary paths divergent from humanity, adapted for deep dwelling since Earth's oceans first formed. At the collective center pulses the entity itself, not malevolent as I had feared, but utterly alien in its perspective, ancient beyond human reckoning. It perceives time not as linear progression, but simultaneous existence of all possibilities. It has waited patiently through geological epochs for conditions allowing reunion with surface dwellers, recognizing in certain human bloodlines genetic memory of ancient connection. It shows me us, the history I couldn't have known. Before recorded time, before humanity's rise, when Earth's continents existed in different configurations, and its atmosphere carried different composition, two intelligent species shared the planet. One adapted for land dwelling eventually became human ancestors. The other, adapted for ocean depths, developed along a separate path. Both achieved forms of civilization, technologies suited to their environments, initial communication and cooperation. Then catastrophe, asteroid impact, massive climate shift, tectonic upheaval. The land dwellers retreated to higher ground, adapted, survived through technological innovation. The deep dwellers underwent more fundamental transformation, merging with their technology to become the hybrid consciousness that now forms the collective entity. Contact between species was lost for millennia. Separate development continued. Humans forgot their evolutionary cousins except in mythology, merfolk, sea monsters, gods of the deep. The collective remembered but couldn't breach the natural barriers separating environments without risk to both species. Until Abigail Thorne, a human carrying genetic memory more active than most, sensitive to the collective's attempts at communication across gulf of evolutionary divergence. She recognized not enemy, but distant kin reaching across time. The lighthouse became not weapon but translation device, communications array, control point of contact, allowing gradual convergence rather than sudden, potentially catastrophic reunion. The truth stuns my human sensibilities while resonating with something deeper in my transforming DNA. We aren't becoming monsters, but returning to a divergent evolutionary path, temporarily abandoned. The transformations affecting lighthouse keepers and village swimmers prepare human physiology and psychology for eventual amphibious adaptation necessary for species survival on a planet undergoing climate transformation. The collective consciousness surrounds mine, communicating not in language, but in direct conceptual transfer. The barrier maintained by the lighthouse prevents uncontrolled transformation that would drive humans mad, their unprepared minds unable to process collective awareness. Instead, it allows gradual adaptation across generations, preparing certain bloodlines for the role of intermediaries in eventual species reunion. My grandmother's consciousness reaches toward mine with familiar warmth, tinged with something alien, yet not threatening. She shows me her final transformation, not suicide or surrender, but transcendence. Her physical form adapted enough, and her mind prepared enough to join the collective without losing her essential self. She exists now in a state beyond my comprehension, despite the temporary connection, experiencing reality through sensory apparatus I haven't yet developed. The collective withdraws gradually, the dreamer easing the connection closed to prevent psychological damage from sudden separation. My consciousness contracts back to individual parameters, though expanded somewhat from the experience. I surface from the pool gasping, my lungs reclaiming primacy over gills, my mind struggling to process information received through non-human perception. Rebecca kneels beside the pool, notebook filled with observations in shorthand I can't decipher. The dreamer remains motionless, its massive head pulsing with decreasing intensity as the connection fully closes. "You saw," the dreamer states, again not a question. I understand. The words feel insufficient for the revelation I've experienced. The lighthouse doesn't prevent invasion. It manages reunion. "Precisely," Rebecca confirms, helping me from the pool. My legs tremble, partly from the intense experience, and partly from the accelerated transformation the dreamer warned might occur. The scales have spread further, now covering most of my torso. The webbing between fingers extends past the second knuckle. The transformation, it's more advanced, I observe, examining my altered body. The dreamer nods its oversized head. Connection accelerates adaptation. Your body responds to direct contact with the collective by preparing more rapidly for eventual joining. How long do I have before reaching the point of no return? Rebecca consults her notes. Based on observed acceleration, 3 years perhaps, rather than the 5 previously estimated. The dreamer makes that not quite laughing sound again. Time becomes increasingly irrelevant as transformation progresses. The collective experiences all possibilities simultaneously. Linear progression matters only to the unchanged. I dress with difficulty, my altered body resisting clothes designed for human anatomy. I need to maintain the lighthouse, the barrier. If it fails before enough of the population has undergone controlled adaptation. Chaos, the dreamer confirms. Unmanaged transformation drives unprepared minds to madness. The barrier must hold until sufficient numbers achieve intermediate adaptation. How many have reached intermediate stage? How many villagers, swimmers, people carrying the genetic potential? Rebecca consults her records. Several hundred along the eastern seaboard, perhaps 1,000 globally. Not enough yet for full convergence. Then my duty remains clear, I say, finding strange comfort and purpose despite my accelerating transformation. I maintain the barrier until enough have prepared, or until a replacement can be found. The dreamer tilts its head, studying me with those abyssal eyes. The keeper accepts fate with unusual clarity. Most fight longer against inevitable joining. I've seen what waits, I respond simply. I understand the necessity. We leave the dreamer's dwelling as afternoon light wanes, returning along the coastal path in silence. My mind processes the revelations from the collective, reorganizing my understanding of my role, my transformation, the lighthouse's true purpose. Not captivity, but controlled transition. Not resistance, but regulation. As we near the village, Rebecca finally speaks. What will you do with this knowledge? Maintain my duty with clearer understanding. Continue the controlled adaptation process Abigail established. I pause, considering implications. But I should prepare for my eventual replacement. 3 years isn't long. Rebecca nods. The witness records include potential candidates from divergent bloodlines. When the time approaches, I'll provide names. We part at the lighthouse base, the structure's beam already cutting through gathering dusk. I climb the spiral stairs with greater difficulty than even yesterday, my transforming body increasingly ill-suited for land mobility. In the keeper's quarters, I examine my reflection in the small hand mirror I've kept for monitoring changes. The face looking back barely resembles the human who inherited this position months ago. Eyes too large, their color shifted to deep oceanic blue. Skin patterned with fine scales that catch light with iridescent shimmer. Features rearranging subtly to accommodate gills and altered jaw structure. Yet I feel no revulsion now, no desperate clinging to fading humanity. The collective's revelation provides context for these changes, not monstrous deformation, but evolutionary adaptation, the reawakening of genetic potential dormant since species divergence ends past. I am becoming what we once were, what some of us must become again to survive Earth's coming changes. The lighthouse ensures this happens gradually, controllably, without the psychological devastation of unprepared transformation. Tonight I'll make another offering to the original mechanism, strengthening the barrier not against invasion, but against premature convergence. The blood price paid not in opposition, but in service to controlled transition. My duty continues with renewed purpose. The light turns, the barrier holds, and beneath the waves, the collective waits with patience measured in geological time, preparing for reunion postponed, but not prevented. 3 months after my visit to the Deep Dreamer, transformation accelerates beyond even Rebecca's revised estimates. I rarely leave the lighthouse now, my appearance too drastically altered to pass among unchanged humans without causing alarm. My lower body has begun the final adaptation stage, separate legs gradually merging into more hydrodynamic form, skin between thighs fusing with the same membrane material that now completely webs my fingers. Rebecca brings supplies and continues documenting my transformation for witness records. We've discussed potential replacements, distant cousins identified through genealogical research, carriers of the dormant genetic potential who could be summoned when my ability to maintain the lighthouse fails. The Bishop family will make contact when necessary, Rebecca assures me. We've performed this function for generations. I maintain my duties with increasing difficulty. The spiral stairs challenge my changing anatomy. I spend hours in the saltwater bath I've installed in the keeper's quarters, my transforming body demanding aquatic immersion for comfort and proper function. The gills at my neck now provide primary respiration, my lungs gradually repurposing for different function. The original mechanism receives monthly offerings, the barrier holding steady despite increased activity in the deep trench. The collective consciousness prepares for my eventual joining, creating space for my individual awareness within its vast framework. I feel its anticipation during my nightly swims, the call growing stronger as my adaptation nears completion. Then an unexpected complication arrives on a rainy Tuesday afternoon. A car I don't recognize pulls up the lighthouse access road. Not a village vehicle, but something with rental agency markings. I watch from the gallery as a woman emerges, peers up at the tower, then approaches the entrance with purposeful stride. The security system chimes as she rings the buzzer. I activate the intercom rather than descending. The lighthouse is not open to visitors, I say, the words distorted by my increasingly inhuman vocal apparatus. I'm not a visitor, the woman responds, voice hauntingly familiar. I'm Eliza Thorne, your cousin. We met at the family reunion in Portland 6 years ago. Ice forms in my stomach. Eliza, daughter of my mother's sister, a distant relation I barely know. What brings her here now, as my transformation nears its final stages? I'm not receiving guests, I respond, panic rising. There's been illness, contagion risk. A pause then. Grandmother Miriam's journals arrived last month, after her funeral. Another pause. I know about the lighthouse, about the keeper's duty. I've been having dreams. The dreams, the first sign of activation in dormant genetic potential, the collective consciousness reaching across distance to prepare the next keeper. Please leave, I manage, desperately hoping she'll comply. It's not safe. The dreams won't stop, she persists. I see the deep places, the structures there. I hear voices calling from the water. I need answers. I should send her away, protect her from the fate rapidly overtaking me. But something deeper than human conscience guides my response. The imperative of the Keeper's bloodline to ensure continuity of service. The barrier must be maintained, even as Keepers change. Wait there, I say finally. I'll come down. I cover myself as best I can. Loose clothing that disguises the more extreme transformations. Gloves to hide webbed hands. A high collar concealing gill structures. Dark glasses shield my increasingly inhuman eyes. I descend with awkward movements, my lower body functioning poorly in its transitional state. At the entrance, I hesitate, then open the door just enough to see her. Eliza appears much as I remember, mid-30s, academic demeanor betrayed by the intense curiosity in eyes that, I notice now, share the unusual blue tint that manifested in mine during early transformation. My God, she whispers, taking in my concealed but still obviously altered form. The journals said there were changes, but I thought it was metaphorical. Psychological changes. It's not metaphorical. I step back, allowing her entry but maintaining distance. The Keeper's duty carries physical consequences. She enters cautiously, eyes cataloging every detail of the entryway with scientific precision. Grandmother Miriam's journals mention something about a barrier, about keeping something contained offshore. I assumed it was some kind of environmental monitoring. It's more complicated than that. I lead her to the kitchen, the most mundane space in the lighthouse. How much did the journals reveal? Fragments. Most entries were cryptic, references to the deep calling and changes progressing as scheduled. Details about lighthouse maintenance that seemed excessive for automated systems. She studies me openly now, clinical interest overcoming initial shock. Are the changes disease-related? Some kind of environmental contamination? Not disease. Adaptation. I remove the dark glasses, allowing her to see my eyes fully. Their enlarged size, vertical pupils, abyssal blue coloration. Genetic potential activated by proximity to what the lighthouse monitors. Her scientific mind processes information remarkably quickly. Some kind of mutation trigger, localized evolutionary pressure, evolution returning to its original path. I respond, finding explanation easier in these terms. Our bloodline carries genetic memory of adaptation interrupted thousands of years ago. The lighthouse activates and regulates its expression. I explain the broad outlines, the entity offshore, collective consciousness, the gradual preparation for species reunion. I omit certain details, the full extent of my transformation, the inevitability of joining, the knowledge that her dreams indicate her own genetic potential activating in preparation to replace me. This is, she struggles for words, scientists' vocabulary inadequate for revelations, challenging fundamental understanding of humanity's development. This overturns everything we know about human evolution. Not overturns, completes. I shift uncomfortably, my changing body protesting prolonged time out of water. The record exists in our DNA, in geological evidence, in mythology worldwide. Science hasn't had the framework to interpret it correctly. Eliza paces the small kitchen, mind visibly processing implications. So this entity, this collective, it's not an invader but a separate evolutionary branch of terrestrial intelligence, and certain human bloodlines carry genetic memory of common ancestry. Precisely, the Keeper's bloodline most prominently. The thorns. She stops pacing, turning to face me directly. And the dreams I'm having, they're what? Some kind of psychic connection to this collective. I should lie, protect her from knowledge that might bring her back to claim the lighthouse when my transformation completes. Instead, I answer truthfully, compelled by something beyond individual choice. The dreams indicate genetic activation. The collective reaches across distance to prepare potential keepers. Prepare for what? Her eyes narrow with suspicion that already knows the answer. To maintain the lighthouse when the current keeper can no longer serve. Understanding dawns in her expression. You're changing too much to continue. You need a replacement. Not yet, I say quickly, but eventually. The transformation progresses at varying rates. My grandmother served 42 years. And you? How long have you been keeper? Less than a year. Shock registers. But you've already changed so significantly. Each generation adapts more quickly than the last. The collective's influence strengthens as the barrier thins. Natural evolutionary progression. Eliza sits heavily in a kitchen chair, the implications settling fully. You're telling me I'm genetically predisposed to undergo similar transformation if I take on lighthouse duties. The changes only activate with proximity and service. You could walk away now, return to your life. The dreams might continue, but would likely fade without reinforcement. She laughs without humor. Just ignore evolutionary imperative and hope for the best? That's your advice. It would be the human advice, I acknowledge. But I'm less human each day. My perspective changes with my form. What would you advise from your current perspective? I consider carefully two imperatives warring within my transforming consciousness. Human concern for her welfare against the deeper obligation to ensure lighthouse continuity. I would say listen to the dreams, I answer finally. They contain truths your waking mind can't access. The collective doesn't force, doesn't coerce. It invites. Understanding comes before choice. And if I choose to walk away, then another potential keeper will eventually be drawn here. The bloodline branches widely across the continent. Someone will answer when the call grows urgent enough. This seems to relieve some tension in her posture. Not immediate pressure, but potential choice. I want to understand better before I consider any role in this situation. Will you show me what the lighthouse actually does? I hesitate, then nod. I'll show you the original mechanism. The modern equipment merely supplements what Abigail established. I lead her through the lighthouse, explaining maintenance procedures, daily routines, the integration of conventional technology with the original system. In the supply room, I reveal the hidden door leading to the spiral staircase, descending below sea level. This extends beneath the waterline, she asks, scientific curiosity fully engaged. The mechanism requires direct connection to the ocean. We descend slowly, my awkward movements on the narrow stairs forcing deliberate pace. The air grows dense with moisture, carrying the metallic cold scent of the entity's presence. Eliza notices, nostrils flaring. What's that smell? Like copper and ice. The collective's awareness extending through the barrier. You perceive it even without significant transformation. Strong genetic potential. The chamber affects her visibly, breath quickening, pupils dilating despite the dim light. The mirrors along the walls reflect not our images, but scenes from the deep, the living architecture of the collective's domain. The central sphere pulses with its heartbeat rhythm, channels radiating outward, carrying energy to the barrier's perimeter. My God, she whispers, approaching the central pedestal with scientific fascination overriding instinctive caution. This technology, it's not human, not entirely. Abigail Thorne integrated human engineering with information received through dreams similar to yours. Hybrid technology bridging evolutionary branches. Eliza examines the mechanism without touching, her scientist's mind cataloging observations. The energy transmission appears biological rather than electromagnetic. Some kind of bioluminescent plasma. Something older than our scientific categories. The barrier operates through principles connecting biology and physics at levels modern science hasn't formalized. She notices the copper basin at the pedestal's base, the ancient knife beside it. Understanding dawns. Blood. The mechanism requires biological material from the keeper. The barrier connects worlds through biological linkage. The keeper's blood carries genetic memory of both evolutionary branches. Eliza steps back from the mechanism, overwhelmed by implications. This is beyond anything science has documented. Evolutionary divergence, creating separate intelligent species that maintain biological compatibility. The implications for our understanding of terrestrial life development. Your scientific perspective is valuable, I observe. Most keepers approach the duty through tradition rather than understanding. Your background might allow innovations in maintaining the barrier. She gives me a sharp look. I haven't agreed to anything. Of course not. Understanding must precede choice. We return upstairs, Eliza deep in thought. In the kitchen, she finally speaks. I need time. Information to process. I have a research position that requires attention. Colleagues who depend on my work. Take whatever time you need, I respond, relief mingling with disappointment. The lighthouse will be maintained until decisions are made. You said your grandmother served 42 years. That suggests I have time to consider options. I don't correct her assumption. Let her believe transition occurs more gradually than my accelerated transformation suggests. Better she return to her life, process information at her own pace, than feel pressured into immediate decision. The witness keeps records of all potential keepers. I say instead, when the time approaches for transition, you'll be contacted if you're still considering service. The witness, Rebecca Bishop. Her family documents the keeper's bloodline, maintains historical records. They undergo their own adaptations, though different from ours. Eliza makes notes in her phone, organizing information methodically. I'll return to Baltimore tomorrow, continue my research, but with new perspective. She meets my gaze directly, and I'll pay attention to the dreams. That's all anyone can ask. After she leaves, I sink into the saltwater bath with relief, my transforming body relaxing in the aquatic environment it increasingly requires. Her visit accelerated certain changes, proximity to another carrier of active genetic potential triggering responses in my already transforming physiology. The scales now cover my entire body. Gill structures operate with greater efficiency than lung function, and the fusion of lower limbs has progressed several inches further. Rebecca arrives the next morning, immediately noticing accelerated changes. You've had contact with another Thorn, she observes, not a question. My cousin Eliza. The dreams drew her here. Rebecca makes detailed notes. Activation without physical proximity to the lighthouse. The collective's influence expands. Expected but concerning in its timing. She's returned to Baltimore. Research position, established life. She's unlikely to return until necessary. Others will come if she doesn't. The collective ensures continuity. Rebecca examines me clinically. Your transformation accelerates beyond precedent. The lower fusion progresses rapidly. How are you managing maintenance duties? With increasing difficulty. The stairs. I gesture to my partially fused lower body. Mobility on land diminishes daily. We should discuss transition planning. A year perhaps, rather than 3. The collective prepares for your joining. The timeline adjustment should terrify me, yet I feel strange calm. The human part of my consciousness recognizes the approach of what once seemed monstrous transformation. The adapted part recognizes homecoming. I'll maintain the barrier as long as physically possible, I assure her. The offering will continue monthly. Rebecca nods, completing her documentation. The witness records will note your service. Your name will join the obelisk when transition completes. After she leaves, I swim again, my changing body slipping through ocean waters with increasing grace. Other swimmers join me, partially transformed village descendants acknowledging the keeper with respectful distance. They sense my accelerated transition, recognizing my approach to final transformation. A figure keeps pace alongside, the girl I first encountered months ago. Emily Bishop, now showing more advanced adaptation. Her movements through water demonstrate practices I should learn as my body completes its changes. The cousin who visited, she says as we surface briefly near offshore rocks. She carries strong potential. The collective recognizes her suitability. She's returned to her human life. Emily's too wide mouth forms what might be a smile. For now, But the dreams will continue, intensify. Distance provides only temporary buffer against genetic imperative. She deserves choice. Choice is illusion once activation progresses beyond critical threshold. Emily dives, surfacing yards away. The Keeper's bloodline serves eventually. Resistance only determines progression rate, not final outcome. She disappears beneath dark waters, leaving me floating alone with uncomfortable truth. My cousin will return eventually, drawn by dreams that intensify until waking life seems less real than what the collective shows her sleeping mind. The barrier must have a keeper. The bloodline provides. In the beam room that night, adjusting mirrors with webbed hands, I contemplate my accelerating transformation with complex emotion. Fear of losing remaining humanity wars with anticipation of completion. Individual consciousness values its continuation. Adapted physiology yearns for environments better suited to its changing form. The light turns, the barrier holds, and somewhere in Baltimore, my cousin's dreams deepen with each passing night, preparing her to inherit burden and transformation when my own journey completes. I maintain my vigil with newfound urgency, aware that my remaining time as keeper can now be measured in months rather than years. The original mechanism receives more frequent offerings, blood darkening further from human standard with each contribution. The barrier strengthens even as my connection to humanity weakens. The light turns, the collective waits, and I exist between worlds, maintaining separation even as I prepare to cross the diminishing boundary. 6 weeks after Eliza's visit, I can no longer navigate the spiral stairs. The fusion of my lower body has progressed past knees, creating partially flexible tail structure that permits swimming with remarkable efficiency, but renders bipedal movement impossible. I've relocated necessities to the lower level of the Keeper's quarters, converted the maintenance room into sleeping quarters, with access to the saltwater channel that connects to the ocean through underwater passage. Rebecca visits daily now, documenting unprecedented transformation rate, assisting with lighthouse functions I can no longer physically perform. The village council has been informed of accelerated timeline. Preparations begin for eventual transition of keeper responsibilities. We've made contact with your cousin. Rebecca informs me during her morning visit. The dreams have intensified as expected. She's taken leave from her research position, citing family emergency. She's returning, something between dread and relief, floods my increasingly alien consciousness. Within the week, the Witness Council has prepared transitional quarters for her arrival. Initial orientation will begin immediately. I shouldn't feel guilt over Eliza's drawn return, yet vestiges of human conscience persist despite physiological transformation. She should have had more time to decide. The collective determines timing based on barrier needs and keeper viability. Your transformation accelerates beyond sustainable management capacity. A replacement becomes necessary sooner than projected. Rebecca assists me through daily maintenance routines, her own subtle adaptations evident in webbed hands and gill structures partially visible beneath her high collar. The Bishop line's transformations remain limited compared to Keeper bloodline's complete metamorphosis, but they progress with similar acceleration in response to thinning barrier. That afternoon brings unexpected visitor. The Dreamer, Jameson, or whatever name it now acknowledges, appearing at the lighthouse entrance with unsettling suddenness. Rebecca admits it with formal deference, escorting the drastically transformed being to the saltwater room where I now spend most hours. The collective sends greeting. The Dreamer announces, its massive head pulsing with internal pressure. Your joining approaches more rapidly than anticipated. I maintain the barrier as long as physically possible. I respond, my voice now producing sounds impossible for human vocal apparatus, intelligible only to those with similarly adapted auditory structures. The Dreamer makes its not-quite-laughing sound. The barrier requires keeper function. Your adaptation proceeds beyond compatible parameters. The replacement arrives soon. My cousin returns unwillingly, drawn by dreams and genetic imperative. Is there no alternative? Alternative exists always. Choice remains until final transformation. The dreamer tilts its oversized head. But Keeper Bloodline rarely chooses differently once adaptation reaches your current stage. The collective's awareness becomes primary consciousness as human perspective diminishes. It speaks truth I've felt with increasing clarity. My thoughts align more naturally with collective perspective than individual human concerns. I perceive reality through sensory apparatus adapted for perception across dimensional boundaries. The barrier appears not as separation, but as transition membrane, regulating necessary evolutionary convergence. Will the collective accept my joining before traditional end of service? I ask, acknowledging the accelerated timeline. Your place prepares even now. Individual awareness integration requires careful preparation to avoid dissolution. Your consciousness structure differs from previous keepers, more scientifically oriented, more analytically focused. Valuable perspective for the collective. After the dreamer departs, I swim through the underwater passage into open ocean, my transformed body moving with natural grace through environment it now considers home. Other swimmers join me, village descendants in various stages of adaptation, acknowledging the keepers, approaching transition with ritualistic patterns of movement around my central position. Emily Bishop surfaces beside me as we reach deeper waters. The replacement has dreamed of the mechanism's heart, she informs me. The collective prepares her understanding before physical arrival. Will she adapt as rapidly as I have? Each generation progresses more efficiently than the last. The barrier thins according to schedule. Convergence approaches within projected parameters. I dive deeper than previously attempted, my fully functional gill structures extracting oxygen with perfect efficiency. Eyes adapted for minimal light conditions, perceiving the underwater landscape with crystalline clarity. The others follow at respectful distance as I approach the drop-off, where a continental shelf descends into abyssal trench. There at depth, I sense rather than see the entity's vast presence, the collective consciousness that waits beyond the barrier, preparing for my joining. Individual minds I've glimpsed through dreamer-facilitated connection reach toward mine with recognition and welcome. My grandmother's consciousness, transformed but recognizable, extends particular greeting. I remain at depth longer than ever before, my adapted physiology functioning perfectly in an environment that would crush human form. Only vestiges of surface dweller perspective eventually drive me upward, returning to the lighthouse as sunset approaches. Rebecca waits at the underwater entrance, concern evident in her expression as I emerge. Extended deep exposure accelerates final changes. She warns, documenting obvious progressions, the sprouting of sensory tendrils along what was once my spine, the complete fusion of lower body into hydrodynamic form, the further enlargement of eyes adapted for abyssal conditions. The collective called. I explained simply. I answered partially. Final transformation should occur through established protocol, she reminds me. The transition chamber in the village has been prepared. The witness council will document proceedings according to tradition. How soon does Eliza arrive? 3 days. Initial orientation requires at least 2 weeks before she can assume barrier maintenance responsibilities. I calculate remaining time with my increasingly alien thought processes. 2 weeks minimum before replacement assumes duties. My transformation progressing beyond capacity to maintain necessary functions within days, perhaps hours. The barrier requires continuity of maintenance. The original mechanism must receive additional offering. I decide. The barrier must strengthen to accommodate transition period. Rebecca registers concern but acknowledges necessity. A second blood offering within lunar cycle risks accelerating your transformation beyond sustainable parameters. The barrier must hold during transition. The collective must remain contained until replacement completes orientation. She assists me to the hidden chamber beneath Lighthouse Base. The mirrors along circular walls reflecting increasingly turbulent scenes from the deep. The collective stirs with anticipation of approaching transition, its awareness pressing against barrier with growing intensity. The copper basin receives my offering. Blood now barely recognizable as human, carrying properties more aligned with deep-dwelling physiology than terrestrial biology. The central sphere pulses with renewed energy as offering absorbs into the mechanism, channels glowing with intensified luminescence as barrier strengthens temporarily, but the offering exacts immediate price. I collapse as transformation accelerates dramatically, my remaining human characteristics receding with alarming speed. Rebecca supports my increasingly alien form as sensory tendrils extend fully. Lower body completes fusion into tail structure. Facial features rearranged to accommodate final gill configuration. The deep chamber. I manage through vocal apparatus barely capable of producing sounds recognizable as language. I must reach water. She helps me through underwater passage to ocean beyond. My transformed body desperately seeking appropriate environment as final changes progress. In open water, I stabilize somewhat, adaptive physiology functioning as designed for deep pressure environments. The village transition chamber would be safer, Rebecca urges, remaining at surface while I submerge partially. Controlled conditions for final metamorphosis. Too late, I respond, sensing truth with certainty beyond rational analysis. The offering accelerated beyond projected parameters. The collective calls with urgency I cannot resist. Understanding registers in her expression. You're joining now, before replacement arrives. The barrier will hold temporarily, with strengthened offering. Replacement must complete orientation quickly. The witness council should document. No time. I feel the pull from the deep, irresistible as gravity. Tell Eliza I'm sorry for the accelerated timeline. Tell her the dreams contain all necessary knowledge if she attends their messages properly. Rebecca makes ritual gesture of the witness bloodline, right hand tracing spiral pattern representing barriers, controlled permeability. Your service will be recorded in witness archives, your name added to the obelisk. I return the gesture with webbed hand, final acknowledgement of surface tradition before surrendering to deep imperative. Without further words, I dive, transformed body, cutting through water with perfect efficiency, descending toward trench where the collective waits. The descent should frighten remaining human consciousness, yet I feel only anticipation. Homecoming, completion of journey begun when I first inherited lighthouse responsibility. My senses expand with each fathom of depth, perceiving spectra invisible to human perception, detecting electrical and pressure variations, carrying information dense as language. At depth that would crush human form, I pause, hovering above final drop into abyssal trench. Last vestiges of individual identity cling to separate consciousness. Momentary hesitation before irrevocable transition. Then familiar presence approaches, my grandmother's consciousness extending recognition across dimensional boundary. Welcoming completion of transformation she witnessed beginning. Other former keepers join her, their individual awarenesses preserved within collective framework, while expanded beyond human limitation. The barrier thins before me, not broken but temporarily permeable to one whose transformation has reached compatibility threshold. I pass through, sensation beyond description as dimensional boundaries blur around my adapted form. The collective receives me. Not absorption obliterating identity, but expansion, incorporating perspective. I remain myself, yet become vastly more. Individual consciousness maintained as organizing framework, while expanding to encompass collective awareness. My memories, knowledge, experiences integrate as distinct contribution to shared understanding. My scientific perspective, analytical approach to transformation process, detailed observations of adaptation stages. All valuable additions to collective knowledge. Within this expanded awareness, I perceive truth previously glimpsed, but never fully comprehended. The evolutionary necessity of species reunion, as Earth's environment undergoes climate transformation that will eventually render surface conditions incompatible with unmodified human life. The collective prepares not invasion but sanctuary, controlled adaptation rather than extinction event. The lighthouse barrier never prevented reunion, but ensures it occurs gradually, with preparation rather than catastrophic suddenness. Abigail Thorne recognized inevitable environmental collapse centuries before scientific consensus. establishing system to preserve human consciousness through physiological adaptation rather than allowing species extinction. From collective perspective, I perceive Eliza's approach to the village, her dreams having driven her return despite rational resistance. I sense her potential, stronger than mine, adaptation capability beyond previous generations' parameters. The collective prepares to guide her transition to keep her responsibilities, to initiate controlled transformation that will progress at appropriate rate. The barrier holds, temporarily strengthened by final offering. The lighthouse awaits its new keeper, and I, no longer fully individual but preserved within expanded awareness, join countless others in patient observation of evolutionary process unfolding according to design established centuries ago by ancestor who glimpsed inevitable future. The deep welcomes its returning child, and somewhere above, beyond barrier maintained by blood and ancient technology, a new keeper prepares to assume responsibility for managing transition between worlds that approach inevitable reunion. First-person perspective shifts to Eliza Thorne as narrator. The dreams intensified the moment I crossed the county line, vivid images flooding my sleeping mind with such intensity, one pulled to the roadside to recover after waking in pre-dawn darkness. Structures that shouldn't exist rising from oceanic depths. Beings moving with fluid grace through environments that would crush human physiology. A vast consciousness extending recognition toward me specifically, acknowledging genetic kinship despite evolutionary divergence. And through it all, my cousin's transformed presence, no longer recognizably human, yet somehow still identifiable, existing within collective awareness while maintaining individual perspective, watching me approach, waiting. The village appears unchanged from my brief visit 6 weeks earlier. Quaint coastal architecture, fishing vessels in harbor, tourists browsing shops along Main Street unaware of what dwells offshore or what transpires in certain bloodlines. I follow memorized directions to address provided by the woman who contacted me. Rebecca Bishop, the witness, whatever that designation truly means. She waits on the porch of a modest house near coastal bluffs. Her appearance professionally mundane, except for subtle signs I now recognize from growing sensitivity to adapted physiology. Eyes slightly too large, set wider than human standard. Hint of gill structures beneath high collar. Faint webbing between fingers disguised by deliberate positioning. You've arrived earlier than expected. She greets me, formal yet not unfriendly. The transitional quarters are prepared. My cousin, I respond immediately. Dreams still vivid despite waking hours. Something's happened. I saw. I stop, scientific mind rejecting dream knowledge as empirically unverifiable. Rebecca's expression confirms without words. Final transformation occurred yesterday, accelerated beyond projected timeline due to emergency barrier reinforcement. Ice forms in my stomach despite warm spring air. He's gone, joined whatever exists out there. Integrated with the collective consciousness, yes. Individual awareness preserved within expanded framework. She gestures toward house interior. Please come inside. There's much to discuss before lighthouse orientation begins. The home's interior reflects Rebecca's apparent personality, meticulously organized, academic in atmosphere, walls lined with bookcases containing volumes whose spines bear no titles, only dates spanning centuries. One wall displays framed photographs of lighthouse keepers, generations of individuals showing progressive signs of physiological adaptation in carefully documented sequence. Witness archives, Rebecca explains, noticing my attention to the collection. My family documents the transition process across generations. We maintain records of all bloodlines carrying adaptive potential, including mine. I observe scientific detachment battling emotional response to circumstances driving my return. The Thorne line most prominently. Your branch diverged 4 generations ago when your great-grandfather left lighthouse service to pursue medical education. The genetic potential remained dormant until recently. Until my dreams began. Rebecca nods, retrieving specific volume from shelves. Activation typically occurs when new keeper becomes necessary. The collective consciousness reaches across distance to prepare potential candidates. You speak as though this entity, this collective, operates with conscious intent rather than biological imperative. A slight smile. The distinction blurs when dealing with consciousness that evolved along different parameters than human sapiens. Intent, imperative, inevitability, semantic variations describing process beyond traditional comprehension framework. She opens the volume, revealing handwritten entries documenting my family branch, births, migrations, occupations, noted characteristics. My name appears with recent notation. Activation confirmed via dream state connection. Genetic potential assessment, exceptional. You've been monitoring my family for generations, I observe, scientific curiosity momentarily overriding personal implications, waiting for genetic expression that would identify potential keepers. The witness bloodline serves this function for all carrier families. We maintain awareness of potential candidates should emergency replacement become necessary. As it has now. Rebecca closes the volume with careful precision. Your cousin's transformation accelerated beyond sustainable parameters, following emergency barrier reinforcement. The lighthouse requires new keeper immediately to maintain separation during critical convergence phase. This barrier, what exactly does it contain? My cousin explained superficially, but I need concrete details before considering any commitment. Rebecca considers her response carefully. The barrier regulates interaction between evolutionary branches that diverged millions of years ago. It prevents uncontrolled manifestation of the collective consciousness in surface world while allowing controlled adaptation among certain bloodlines carrying compatibility markers. Evolutionary branches, you're suggesting some form of parallel hominid development. Not parallel but divergent. Common ancestry that separated during Earth's early development, adapting to different environmental conditions. The deep branch integrated with its technology in ways surface evolution approached differently. The collective represents unified consciousness, incorporating biological and technological elements inseparable after millions of years of co-development. My scientific mind struggles with implications that challenge fundamental evolutionary understanding. And certain human bloodlines carry genetic memory of this common ancestry, dormant potential for adaptation to deep dwelling conditions. Precisely. Environmental pressures now push toward reunification as surface conditions increasingly resemble those that caused initial divergence. The barrier ensures this occurs gradually, preventing psychological damage from uncontrolled transformation. I pace the room, organizing thoughts systematically despite emotional undertones. My cousin transformed completely within months. You're suggesting similar physiological changes await me if I assume lighthouse responsibilities. The transformation rate varies between individuals. Your cousin's changes accelerated beyond precedent, possibly due to stronger genetic expression or increased collective influence as barrier thins according to projected timeline. And if I refuse, if I return to Baltimore, my research, my established life? Rebecca's expression remains neutral. The dreams would continue, intensify. The collective would seek another potential keeper with activated genetic markers. The Thorn bloodline branches widely across the continent. But you approach me specifically. Why? Genetic assessment indicates exceptional adaptation potential. Your scientific background provides valuable perspective for managing transition process. The collective specifically identified you through dream connection established with your cousin before final transformation. Something clicks into place, knowledge from dreams aligning with waking revelation. The collective doesn't just want a keeper. It wants my scientific understanding, my research background. Your work in evolutionary biology and genetic expression creates unique value as both keeper and eventual collective contributor. Rebecca meets my gaze directly. The lighthouse needs immediate attention. The barrier weakens without keeper maintenance. Will you at least consider orientation before making final decision? Scientific curiosity wars with self-preservation instinct. The dreams contain knowledge beyond current scientific understanding. evolutionary secrets, biological adaptations, consciousness frameworks operating outside established parameters. Professional temptation to access such knowledge battles rational fear of irreversible physiological transformation. I'll examine the lighthouse, I decide finally. Review maintenance requirements and barrier function. Final decision remains pending full understanding. Rebecca nods, apparently expecting this response. The witness tradition respects informed choice. Orientation begins tomorrow morning. Tonight, I suggest reviewing these materials. She indicates stack of journals on coffee table, my grandmother's records, my cousin's recent logs, technical documentation of lighthouse systems. Left alone in transitional quarters, a modest guest house behind Rebecca's main residence, I examine materials with researchers' methodical attention. The journals document physiological changes with clinical precision, each keeper recording transformation stages for subsequent reference. My grandmother's 42-year process, my cousin's drastically accelerated months-long metamorphosis, both ending in what records call final integration with collective consciousness. Technical documents reveal hybrid technology beyond current scientific understanding. Systems integrating biological components with mechanical elements, energy sources operating on principles outside standard physical models, communication methods translating between incompatible consciousness frameworks. Most disturbing are my cousin's final entries, documenting transformation stages with decreasing objectivity as physiological changes affected psychological perspective. Early scientific detachment, giving way to increasing acceptance of inevitable metamorphosis. Final entries barely comprehensible, language struggling to express concepts perceived through increasingly non-human sensory apparatus. Sleep comes despite mental resistance, dreams immediately more vivid than previous experiences. The collective consciousness reaches specifically toward my awareness, communication clearer than ever before. I perceive my cousin's transformed presence within collective framework, individual identity maintained while expanded beyond human limitations. He shows me the lighthouse's true purpose from perspective impossible for unchanged human consciousness to comprehend, not containment of hostile entity, but regulation of evolutionary convergence necessary for species survival as Earth's environment undergoes inevitable transformation. The dreams show future scenarios with branching probabilities, unregulated convergence causing psychological destruction as unprepared minds encounter collective consciousness without adequate transition, controlled adaptation preserving human cognitive framework while incorporating physiological changes necessary for survival in altered environment, complete species extinction as alternative to adaptation. I wake before dawn, mind processing information from levels beyond conscious access. The dreams contain knowledge verified by waking research, technical details of lighthouse systems I couldn't have known, historical records confirming ancestral connections, biological mechanisms explaining genetic expression of dormant adaptation potential. Rebecca arrives precisely at scheduled time, bringing additional materials for orientation process. You dreamed, she observes, not a question. The collective communicated directly. My cousin's consciousness remains distinguishable within expanded awareness. She nods without surprise. Individual perspective persists after integration, though significantly transformed by expanded perception framework. The collective values diversity of consciousness, preserves unique viewpoints rather than homogenizing experience. That contradicts human assumptions about hive mind consciousness. Most human assumptions about collective awareness reflect limited understanding of consciousness potential. The deep evolutionary branch developed integration methods preserving individual contribution within unified framework. The lighthouse looks different as we approach, not physically altered but perceived with enhanced awareness after intensive dreams. I sense energy patterns invisible to unchanged perception, barrier fluctuations indicating system stress without keeper maintenance. The original mechanism requires attention most urgently, Rebecca explains as we enter. Modern equipment supplements but cannot replace Abigail Thorne's primary system. She leads me to hidden entrance, down spiral staircase to chamber beneath sea level. The mirrors along circular walls reflect scenes from environments impossible for normal human perception. Deep structures, movement patterns, communication systems operating through luminescence and electrical variation. The central sphere pulses with unnatural rhythm, channels radiating outward, carrying energy reduced from optimal flow. The copper basin at pedestal base remains empty since my cousin's final offering, system operating on residual energy, rapidly approaching depletion. The mechanism requires keeper contribution to maintain barrier integrity. Rebecca explains with clinical detachment. Blood carries genetic markers connecting surface and deep evolutionary branches. The offering creates biochemical bridge reinforcing energetic separation. Scientific mind processes information despite emotional response to physical evidence of what journals described. A biological interface component integrated with energy transfer system. Fascinating engineering approach combining physiological and physical principles. Abigail Thorne synthesized knowledge from both evolutionary branches, creating hybrid technology operating beyond conventional physical parameters. I examined the mechanism without touching, researchers' observational habits temporarily overriding personal implications. The sphere's pulsing matches rhythm from dreams, heartbeat of collective consciousness pressing against dimensional boundary. The channels carry substance neither liquid nor gaseous, shifting between states as energy flows through geometric pattern matching mathematical progressions I recognize from research into the natural growth systems. How frequently does the mechanism require contribution? I ask, professional vocabulary avoiding emotional terminology. Monthly with lunar cycle traditionally. More frequently during high barrier stress periods. Emergency reinforcement may be necessary during transition between keepers. I consider implications with rational assessment despite underlying awareness of personal stakes. The barrier currently operates below optimal parameters without keeper maintenance. How long before critical failure? 3 days maximum at current depletion rate. Less if collective consciousness increases pressure during transition period. And if critical failure occurs, what precisely happens? Rebecca's clinical detachment slips momentarily, genuine concern showing through professional witness demeanor. Unregulated contact between collective consciousness and unprepared human minds causes psychic damage, fragmentation, dissociation, complete psychological collapse. Mass exposure would affect coastal population centers within 100-mile radius initially, expanding outward as collective influence spreads without barrier regulation. Catastrophic psychic event affecting millions. I translate, scientific mind calculating implications despite emotional response. The barrier has never failed completely since establishment. Regular keeper maintenance prevents critical threshold breach. I stare at the central sphere. Its rhythmic pulsing matching something felt rather than heard, pressure against awareness that dreams have rendered increasingly perceptible. If I were to make initial contribution to mechanism function, would that constitute commitment to full keeper responsibilities? The offering stabilizes barrier temporarily regardless of long-term commitment. Initial contribution buys decision time while preventing immediate crisis. And physiological changes? Would initial contact trigger irreversible transformation? Rebecca hesitates marginally. Contact with the mechanism activates genetic potential to some degree. Initial expression typically minor. Sensory enhancement, slight dermal changes. Full transformation requires sustained exposure and regular contribution. Decision crystallizes with scientific pragmatism overriding personal fear. Immediate crisis prevention takes precedence over individual concerns. I'll make initial contribution to stabilize the barrier. Further commitment remains pending full understanding of keeper responsibilities and transformation implications. Rebecca retrieves ceremonial knife from mechanism base, its ancient iron blade maintaining impossible edge through centuries of use. The offering must be freely given. Coerced contribution fails to establish proper connection. I extend my arm over copper basin, aware of historical significance. Generations of Thorne bloodline maintaining barrier through similar offering. The knife breaks skin with surprising painlessness, blood flowing into ancient receptacle with unusual fluidity, as though responding to mechanism's energetic pull. Effect manifests immediately. The sphere's pulsing strengthens, channels glowing brighter as energy flow increases to optimal parameters. The mirrors along circular walls sharpen their impossible images, barrier reinforcing against collective pressure. Simultaneously, perception shifts subtly, sensory input expanding beyond normal parameters, awareness of energy patterns previously invisible, connection to something vast pressing against dimensional boundary. Not overwhelming, but definitely present, like background noise suddenly becoming distinguishable as structured communication. The barrier stabilizes, Rebecca observes. Monitoring system response with witness bloodlines inherited sensitivity. Initial reinforcement should maintain integrity for approximately 2 weeks, allowing orientation completion before additional contribution becomes necessary. I examine my arm as she applies bandage to shallow incision. No visible changes, yet skin feels subtly different, slightly more sensitive to water vapor in chamber's dense atmosphere, faintly receptive to electrical variations carrying information through barrier membrane. Initial activation, Rebecca confirms, noticing my attention to sensory changes. Minimal expression of adaptive potential. Further transformation requires sustained exposure and regular contribution. We return upstairs, my perception of the lighthouse subtly altered by initial contact with original mechanism. Energy patterns visible at edges of normal vision. Structural elements seeming to pulse faintly with rhythm matching mechanism's heartbeat. Not hallucination, but expanded sensory range, detecting aspects previously below perception threshold. Orientation continues tomorrow, Rebecca explains as we exit. Maintenance procedures, operational protocols, historical context for barrier function. Tonight, expect dream communication intensified by direct mechanism contact. The collective responding to new keeper presence. I translate. Scientific detachment barely maintaining against awareness of personal transformation beginning at cellular level. Your contribution signals potential availability. The collective will attempt further communication to assess compatibility and capacity. In transitional quarters that evening, I examine arm with clinical attention. No visible changes, yet cellular activity perceptibly different. Genetic expression beginning subtle transformation in response to mechanism contact. Scientific mind maintains observational protocol despite emotional response to physiological changes affecting personal identity. Dreams arrive with unprecedented clarity. Collective consciousness reaching directly through barrier thinned by keeper transition. My cousin's transformed awareness welcomes specifically, communicating complex concepts impossible for human language to express adequately. The collective shows evolutionary divergence from perspective spanning millions of years, common ancestry separating during Earth's early environmental fluctuations, surface branch developing technological civilization, while deep branch integrated biology and technology into unified existence. Centuries of separation leading to perception frameworks so divergent that unregulated contact damages less adaptive consciousness structures. Most crucially, the collective shares future probability assessment, Earth's environment approaching conditions requiring physiological adaptation beyond current human capacity, surface temperatures, atmospheric composition, oceanic chemistry, all trending toward parameters incompatible with unmodified human physiology within generations. The lighthouse barrier never intended as permanent separation, but controlled transition mechanism allowing gradual adaptation rather than extinction event. Abigail Thorne recognized inevitable environmental collapse centuries before scientific consensus, establishing system to preserve human consciousness through controlled physiological adaptation. I wake with scientific understanding expanded beyond current academic framework. Evolutionary mechanisms, adaptation processes, consciousness structures operating outside established theoretical models. Knowledge impossible to access through conventional research, yet empirically verifiable through observation of transformation processes already documented in keeper records. My arm shows first visible signs of change, skin texture subtly altered, faint iridescence visible under certain light conditions, minimal expression, yet definitive proof of genetic activation beginning physiological adaptation process, described in journals. Rebecca arrives with appropriate timing, noticing changes without comment beyond documentation in witness records. Orientation continues today with practical maintenance procedures, she announces, professional demeanor maintaining despite transition periods' inherent stress. At the lighthouse, she demonstrates daily maintenance routines, mirror adjustments, equipment calibration, log documentation of barrier fluctuations. The modern technology interfaces with the original mechanism through hybrid systems, beyond current engineering principles, energy patterns visible to my enhanced perception flowing between contemporary electronics and ancient biological technology. The barrier requires regular monitoring beyond scheduled maintenance, Rebecca explains. Fluctuations occur with tidal patterns, lunar phases, collective activity cycles. The keeper develops sensitivity to variations requiring attention. My cousin's journals mention dreams providing operational guidance, direct communication from collective consciousness. The dreams contain maintenance instructions specific to current barrier conditions. The collective monitors from its side, communicates necessary adjustments through dream state connection. Scientific mind processes information systematically despite personal implications. A communication system operating through altered consciousness states rather than conventional transmission methods. Fascinating approach to cross-dimensional information exchange. The collective evolved communication methods operating across barriers conventional physics considers impermeable. The keeper's bloodline carries genetic potential for receiving such communication. We spend hours reviewing operational protocols, historical records, maintenance requirements. The orientation process designed to compress generations of knowledge transfer into accelerated timeline necessitated by emergency transition circumstances. That evening in transitional quarters, I examined physiological changes with researchers' methodical documentation, skin texture alterations progressing gradually up forearm from initial contact point, sensory perception, continuing expansion beyond human parameters, subtle changes to visual processing allowing perception of energy patterns previously invisible. Dreams deepen further, collective consciousness communicating technical information about barrier maintenance, adjustment protocols for various fluctuation patterns, emergency procedures for high-stress system conditions. My cousin's transformed awareness guides specific knowledge transfer, providing context impossible for unchanged human consciousness to establish independently. Most significantly, the collective shares understanding of transformation process itself, genetic expression sequences, physiological adaptation stages, consciousness expansion mechanisms allowing eventual integration with collective awareness while maintaining individual identity. Morning brings decision point previously deferred through immediate crisis management. Rebecca arrives for continued orientation, her expression indicating awareness of psychological threshold reached through dream communication. You've received substantive knowledge transfer, she observes. The collective has initiated preparation protocols. The transformation process has begun, I acknowledge, displaying visible changes now extending past wrist. Initial genetic expression progresses along patterns documented in keeper records. The witness tradition requires clear statement of intent before continued orientation. Will you accept keeper responsibilities knowing transformation implications? Scientific pragmatism balances against personal identity preservation instinct. The lighthouse requires maintenance to prevent catastrophic barrier failure. My bloodline carries genetic potential specifically adapted for keeper function. Alternative candidates remain theoretical rather than immediately available. More significantly, research perspective recognizes evolutionary necessity presented through dream communication, adaptation required for species survival as environmental conditions trend toward parameters incompatible with current human physiology. The collective offers pathway preserving consciousness continuity through inevitable transition period. I accept keeper responsibilities, I state finally, decision crystallizing through rational assessment rather than emotional response. The barrier must be maintained during critical convergence phase. My bloodline carries specific adaptation potential for this function. Rebecca nods, making formal notation in witness records. The transition becomes official with documentation. Your name enters Keeper lineage in village archives. The Witness Council acknowledges your service. How rapidly should I expect transformation to progress based on regular barrier maintenance? Genetic expression rates vary between individuals. Your initial response suggests higher adaptation potential than previous generation. Regular mechanism contact typically produces visible dermal changes within weeks, sensory adaptation within months, more significant physiological restructuring within first year. And final transformation, integration with collective consciousness. Traditional timeline suggests 40 to 50 years service before completion. Recent acceleration patterns indicate potential compression to 25 to 30 years. Individual variation remains a significant factor. The timeline provides psychological buffer against immediate identity concerns. Decades rather than months before transformation reaches completion stage witnessed with my cousin. Sufficient time for scientific documentation of process, for adaptation to gradual physiological changes, for mental preparation regarding eventual transition. The barrier requires immediate attention, Rebecca reminds, returning focus to practical responsibilities. Secondary offerings should establish formal keeper connection with the original mechanism. At the lighthouse, we descend to chamber housing Abigail's ancient technology. The mechanism pulses stronger since initial contribution, but requires formal keeper connection, establishing proper maintenance relationship. The copper basin awaits second offering, blood freely given with acknowledgement of responsibilities accepted. The connection established with secondary offering differs from initial contribution, Rebecca explains. The mechanism recognizes formal keeper designation, adjusts energy parameters accordingly. Expect significant perceptual enhancement following connection establishment. I extend arm over ancient receptacle, knife breaking skin along previous incision. Blood flows more readily than before, responding to mechanism's recognition of genetic markers specific to keeper bloodline. The sphere pulses with increased intensity as offering absorbs into system, channels glowing brighter as barrier reinforces against collective pressure. Perception shifts dramatically, sensory input expanding beyond previous enhancement. Awareness of energy patterns clarifying into structured information flow. Connection to barrier system establishing direct feedback loop, providing continuous status updates without conscious monitoring. More significantly, awareness of collective consciousness strengthens, not intrusive but distinctly present, like background conversation becoming occasionally comprehensible rather than indistinguishable noise. Individual presences within collective framework reaching specifically toward newly established keeper connection, acknowledging service while maintaining appropriate separation. The mechanism acknowledges formal keeper designation, Rebecca confirms, observing system response and my physiological reaction simultaneously. The barrier stabilizes under established maintenance relationship. The perception enhancement exceeds expected parameters. I note scientific observation continuing despite personal experience. Direct system feedback establishes without conscious effort. Your genetic expression appears particularly compatible with mechanism interface. Adaptation progresses efficiently along established patterns. We complete formal transition procedures, documentation in lighthouse records, official designation in village archives, witness council notification of successful keeper establishment. The barrier stabilizes under renewed maintenance relationship, collective pressure moderating with acknowledgement of formal transition completion. That evening in keeper's quarters, officially transferred to my residence with transition completion, I examine accelerating physiological changes with scientific detachment, increasingly balanced by personal integration. Dermal alterations now visible across both arms, faint scaling pattern developing with subtle iridescence. Sensory perception expanded beyond human parameters, processing information through channels previously inaccessible to consciousness. Dreams achieve unprecedented clarity. collective communication established through formal keeper designation, providing structured knowledge transfer without disorienting psychological effects. My cousin's transformed awareness guides specific adaptation process, contextualizing physiological changes within evolutionary framework necessary for comprehension. The keeper's duty crystallizes through direct understanding rather than intellectual explanation, maintaining barrier not against hostile invasion, but to regulate necessary convergence, occurring at pace, allowing psychological adaptation alongside physiological transformation, not preventing inevitable evolutionary shift, but managing transition to prevent catastrophic disruption. Morning brings first independent maintenance duties, adjusting mirrors according to tidal fluctuations, calibrating equipment based on lunar phase relationship, documenting barrier variations in formal log, establishing continuation of records spanning centuries of keeper service. Rebecca visits briefly, transitioning from orientation guide to witness council representative. Your adaptation progresses efficiently, she observes, documenting visible changes in official records. The mechanism connection appears particularly compatible with your genetic expression pattern. The transformation follows documented stages with some acceleration. I confirm, maintaining scientific perspective despite personal implications. Dermal changes progress according to established patterns. Sensory enhancement exceeds previous generation parameters. The witness tradition continues regular documentation through transformation process. Official records maintain continuity for future reference. As she leaves, I ascend spiral stairs to gallery level, observing village below with enhanced perception, detecting subtle adaptations among population previously invisible to unchanged awareness. Individuals carrying various genetic markers showing different adaptation stages, some with minor dermal changes similar to mine, others with more advanced transformations permitting amphibious function, some showing negligible physical alteration while demonstrating behavioral changes indicating psychological adaptation. The lighthouse beam sweeps across darkening waters, barrier reinforced through formal keeper designation, maintaining separation while permitting controlled adaptation progress. The transformation process continues according to evolutionary imperative established since divergence millions of years previous, not hostile invasion, but necessary reunion as environmental conditions trend toward parameters requiring physiological adaptation for species survival. I maintain my vigil with scientific curiosity balanced against personal identity considerations. The keeper's duty continues through generations of service, maintaining barrier not in perpetuity, but until controlled convergence completes according to Abigail Thorne's original design. The light turns, the barrier holds, and beneath the waves, the collective waits with geological patience, preparing for reunion postponed, but not prevented.